Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. So sorry about that. I was just finishing up some stream prep. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I will get to all the lovely comments in just a minute. Hopefully, we're all doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope we all enjoy our stay. And before I get started, I would like to take just a moment to thank our lovely contributors during this month's cycle. So, let's see if I've got this right. Nope, wrong shift. Wrong shift indeed. Okay, I gotta figure out why I can't do right shift as opposed to left shift with that. That's that's a straight OBS issue. Anyway, I do not have any Twitch subscribers or Patreon patrons, or one-off contributors. But I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier subscription. Or membership over on Coffee. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with privileges of that package. If you guys want those privileges for yourselves, or you want your names on these placards, you just gotta chuck some coins at me. $1 a month on Patreon or Coffee, or a minimum $2 donation through Stream Elements or Coffee and so on is enough to get your name on the placards, or a Twitch subscription of any shape or size. All of them work. Absolutely all of them. And of course, if you guys do that, there's a litany of other stuff too. Not just the placards that I read at the start of each stream, but I do read them at the start of each stream as the smallest way I have to give back to all of you wonderful senators and inductees. Let me go ahead and move on over, and we can catch up on messages. Alan says first, hey there, Alan, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, greetings, sir. Oh, that's directed at someone else. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Landell Prater Sorcerer Tops, aka Mr. Jason, has arrived. Yes, for those that aren't in the know, I did make Jason, or Mr. Jason, a new Discord Prater today. That's essentially our rank for moderator, so, you know, give him the same deference that you would give me when it comes to Discord issues, though really the role is largely ceremonial. Consul Gideon should take care of most of what we need. Let's see. Yup, okay, that's directed at people. It's possible to be too nice? Oh, but the Powder Puff Girls would have something to say about that. Gotta be nice, or you make heroes. Alan says, hey, Coin, can I be a bit trimmer on your server? I can see about maybe putting some kind of joke designation on there. I try not to have joke roles, but I think I might be able to make an exception for that. Just give me some time to figure out an equivalent Elden Ring themed joke gag I could use for that, or something along those lines. I am trying to adhere to a theme. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Alan just reminded you of something? What's up? And while that's happening, let's go over what happened last time. So last time we continued working on side quests. We eventually culminated that in sending Madison off to her mission here in there in Gerudo Town. We sent her off and we got our abode. We spent an extra half hour configuring the house. I am eager to show it to you guys, and then we can, I'm gonna put a bunch of horns on some sticks and stuff, and we can go to town from there. Mr. Jason says, you're a nice person anyway, but you decided to be really nice to one of your friends for a week once. But by day 2, they were freaking out. Yeah, people are, there's a limit to how much niceness you could have without, seeming unnatural. Okay, so here's my house. I got 2 foyers. Absolutely 2 of them. I wish I could have a study, but I'm limited to 15 units. So this part is a place where all of the racks are. Here I've got the bow of light, or the, I'm sorry, that would be the dusk bow. Put that up there. Here's like the stairs annex. We've got a 4-way here. We've got a picture, and I've decided to put one of the intro screenshots from that in there. And we've got a shield rack where I've put all the 3 like patterned shields that we've gotten, and our swords. The Bigoron sword and the Fierce Deity sword, right here. So, that's side of the house number 1. And side number 2, let me not climb my house, has a kitchen, a bedroom, this one's 1 floor, and a goddess statue. In fact, let's use this bed now. I've been meaning to do that. While that's happening, I'm going to take a minute and just stir my hot chalky. It's not ready to drink yet. Actually, I could use this time to continue stirring. Coin, learn to use the cutscenes to your advantage.
The world is threatened once again.
Give me a second, guys. I just had a hot chocolate spell. All I did was clack it against my desk. 1 second. So, how's everyone's week? Anyone got any nice Thanksgiving plans while I'm cleaning up my desk? let's see. I'll read previous messages in a minute. I'm just focusing on the ones I can see. Mr. Jason says they don't have any because they don't celebrate it in the UK. Fair. Aylin says the day after Thanksgiving you're going to Sheedy Maple Smorgasbord? Oh, nice. Is that like a festival? Sorry about that, everybody. I feel like I'm low in my chair. Oh. Okay. Ah, what a snafu, eh? Let me go back up and catch up on previous messages and I'll, continue from there. Let's see. Aylin says you have a stable in your house? Nice. Yeah, I focused more on weapon racks and a goddess statue in mine. Mr. Jason says less than 5 days until December now, Mr. Coin. I believe that's what prompted me to ask the question about Thanksgiving plans. Aylin says you totally didn't put pork in your house. How did you manage that one, Aylin? Okay, I've caught up on previous messages. Mr. Jason says, although every day I am thankful for encountering the Mr. Coin. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Jason is extremely polite. Ah, you put a picture of her on the wall. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's how you would put her in the house. I just didn't know that's what you meant. Aylin says it's the largest buffet in North America. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that something, is the smorgasbord something that you frequently go to each year? Or is it more like a bucket list thing? You know, you're doing it, it's like the first time you're doing it ever at all. I'm just curious. Okay. While that's going on, I've given us the tour of the inside. This is the house I put together. Again, it took us a half hour to do it. Back here is the pond, and I snatched the Sankey carp out of it. And the box garden, which it looks like it's just a generic garden with nothing, literally nothing else. Alan said, or Mr. G said, oh, that's directed at someone. Yeah, you don't want to make compliments meaningless. You got to strike a good balance. That's always the important part. You really want to strike that nice balance. That way you don't freak people out. And you don't water down your compliments to the point of irrelevancy. Alan says, you've gone once before, but it's in the middle of Amish country in Pennsylvania, which is like 6 hours away. Okay, so it's like you plan to make that kind of trip. Makes sense. So today we're going to be working on more side quests, but I will also take the opportunity to cut it out with some other stuff. Speaking of, might as well do that here. That's probably... Where is this? It's over here at this stable? Sure. Mr. Jason says in 6 hours you could probably travel most of the UK. Yeah, that's like a significant difference between like us here in the States and like at other places. You could literally travel the span of your country in like a few hours or several hours. It could take us days to go from, you know, one end of the US to the other, and that's not counting Hawaii, right? That's not counting you know, any of the islands or anything like that. That adds on extra time. Welcome on in, user 11 underscore T. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are just about to, like, deal with another quest. We're about to handle another quest. If you don't mind my asking, user 11 underscore T, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you? How much of the game have you played, if you don't mind my asking? Are you new? Have you beaten it multiple times? Played a certain number of hours? I always try to ask my incoming audience this question so that, you know, I can direct where not to take spoilers and stuff like that. User 11 says they've 100%ed. No worries for the question. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're looking to do the same, actually. I am looking to do a 100% live Let's Play of the game, and that means all the Korok seeds, all the armor upgrades, as much dialogue as I can get, you know, in one sitting. The filled out compendium, the entire map, sky, depths, surface, and all of the other kit and caboodle that comes along with 100%. Tears of the Kingdom has been fun. I've quite enjoyed it. We're sitting right on 55% of the way through with the game, if I had to guess. Since you've 100%ed it, user 11, if and you don't mind my asking, what part of Tears of the Kingdom did you like most? For me, I like the combat and the mechanics. Not every mechanic, but I generally like the whole package. And for note, I never ask people questions I do not answer myself, because I just think that's fair. So the gourmets didn't send word that they were coming. My keen reporter instincts say something is wrong here. Goddard has been over there waiting for the guests to arrive. He's barely moved this whole time. Which means it's more likely that something or someone is keeping them from getting here. And they have a recipe that Princess Zelda taught them? Related? Maybe, maybe not. I always say, starting now, leave no chirps unchecked, no warbles unweighed. I'm saying we should look into this. Interesting. So let's talk to Goddard over there. Aelin says the favorite part... Oh, hello. Aelin says their favorite part is probably the Ganon fight and the lead up to it. Nice. I look forward to that myself, honestly. We met you at Lookout Landing. Good to see a familiar face. Oh. We're thinking of going to Kakariko Village and the Necluda region next. That's to the east. This guy's dying to see the ring ruins. Of course I am. The ruins ring-like shape is one of a kind. I can't wait to taste them. I mean, chew them. I mean, we've talked about this. Priceless ruins are for seeing, not eating. Oh my god, yes, Gorons will eat buildings if you let them. User 11 underscore T says, I really like how they took their game and just made another perfect game. You would be in the minority there, but I respect that opinion. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom is perfect by any means, but I do like it over Breath of the Wild. And Breath of the Wild was, and I'll continue to say, is a modern cult classic. It's one of the must-play games. If there's any game in the franchise that you should really play, it's Breath of the Wild. If you can't get that, though, Tears of the Kingdom is a pretty darn close second. User 11 says, my favorite thing was definitely the underground and sky maps. Ah, so you like the really expansive open world element of the game. I like it too. I wish it could be a tiny bit smaller, but I do like the open game. Like, it doesn't bother me with worlds this size. Aelin says, I also love how not the sharpest tool in the shed Gorons are. Too true. Anyway, Kakariko Village is where we're headed.
Oh.
Kakariko Village is right over there next to that Skyview Tower. And that ring-shaped rock to the left of it is probably one of the ring ruins. If you get turned around on the journey, you can look at those two things to reorient yourself. Then why wait? Let's go!
Oh.
Alright, big guy, we're off. See you on the road. User 11 asks, am I live every day? No, I take weekends off. This is a good time to talk about my schedule, by the way. I haven't done it in a while. For those tuning in or watching the VOD after, hello! Welcome, I'm Coin. Action, adventure enthusiast, and RPG enthusiast extraordinaire. I probably should be joking with that, but I'm half not joking. And I am live Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or for you 24-hour people, that would be 1300 or 13 o'clock to 17 o'clock or 1700 EST. Basically right when the kids are starting to wrap up their school day. That's when I'm live. And we've played a number of things on this channel. Lies of P, Steel Rising, Xenoblade Chronicles, Tales of Berseria, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, completed that one. Dark Souls, Fallout, you name it. I've probably played it, or at least heard of it. So if you like action RPGs or action adventure games, I think you'll like this channel. I also sometimes do long-form content. Right now I'm doing a Posterity series for my Elden Ring Reforged Challenge run. I often, I should say my other thing that I do often is I tend to challenge run things. Elden Ring, Dark Souls especially, I challenge run those quite a bit in my history. So if you like challenge runs, if you like taking a break from, you know, generic RPG number 59, you might also like your time here. It just kind of depends. Speaking of, Mr. Jason, if you would please, perhaps dole out the Discord. I have a Discord server. We are voting on the next game to play, actually, after Tears of the Kingdom. So if you guys want your say on what we play next, you know, you can check that channel out in there, or there's a game suggestions channel in there that you could leave, you know, free-form suggestions in. I take both. Goddard says, something isn't right. Agus and the rest would have to cross that bridge to get here, but... Oh, I didn't notice you there. Are you a customer? If you're looking for the stable services, head over to the counter. What's the DC? Oh, hold on. I assume that's what that is, what the DC means. Yeah, there's the link. I realized that link hadn't been provided yet. Mr. Jason is probably preoccupied with something, and that's totally fine. Yes, and we also have all kinds. We have... Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I keep follows anonymous and noise-free for people that lurk or, you know, follow during off-stream hours just to keep the noise down and everything. But I do hope you enjoy your stay. Please enjoy the free emotes. And again, you're more than welcome to join us on the Discord server where there are a number of privileges. We have pictures, places to post pictures. We have a general chat, or the round table hold is what it is called. We vote on things. I release thumbnails to you guys. All kinds of stuff is in my Discord. Right, where were we here? I'm waiting to greet some guests we were expecting, but it's well past when they said they'd be arriving. I'm extremely worried.
Oh.
Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, as a Brit, I was legally required to refill my cup of tea, but I have returned now. Nice. Basic tea again, or something fancy this time? Ah. Nothing like hot chocolate to warm the throat. Basic tea, very well. I mean, come on, tea is good. Aelin probably knows a thing or two about sweet tea, yeah? Not like prissy proper tea, but sweet tea. The thing that the rest of the world laughs at us and says that's what makes us fat, clearly. Mr. Jason says, I'm just a basic bitch for tea. Oh, God. Even though you're quoting Aelin, it's funny. I'm counting it. They've always crossed Allen Bridge in the past when they were coming here. I figured if I kept an eye on the bridge, I'd catch sight of them eventually. Oh yeah, for the uninitiated, if you look below my webcam frame, you might notice two counters. There is one that indicates the number of Koroks we've collected so far. Below that is our joke and pun counter. I have that. I went ahead and made that, so if you guys have jokes and you want to fire them into the chat, fire away. If they're funny, and most of them usually are, I throw them into the counter as well. Mr. Jason says the tea discussion. Oh, that's directed at someone, but yeah, I mean, food and drink. Look, I'm a huge foodie. I love food and drink. I think it's one of the most universal of all human cultures. What do people constantly talk about? It's food and drink. And lots of old cultures only had food and drink to, like, you know, gather by in the olden days. We didn't have the internet, we didn't have board games, we didn't have this, that, and the other. What did we do? We sang songs and made merry through food and drink. That's why there are a lot of old festivals and stuff. Food and drink. What's up, Mr. Jason? I figured out if I kept an eye on the bridge, I'd catch sight of them eventually. The guests are all gourmets. Their leader, a chef named Agus, has taught me a lot about cooking. They were all excited to visit, and I was looking forward to it. They have a recipe from Princess Zelda to share. If Agus and the others have tents, then maybe they're taking the trip nice and slow, camping along the way. Still, they haven't shown up yet. I have a bad feeling about this. Alright, well, I guess we're headed over there, huh? Mr. Jason says, someone made fun of you the other day, for how much you like food. I said, please don't make fun of me. I have enough on my plate. Dang it. Aelin says, bro. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, no one really made fun of you, really, for context. Fair. Fair. I think people might make fun of that setup, but, that was a pretty good joke. Yes, we also have an audience of spinsters and jokesters around here. So if you guys like audiences, like participatory audiences, you'll like this channel too, I think. I always like to say that the content that I stream, right, this isn't really just my stream. As soon as another person, like, chimes in, it's really everyone's stream, and I'm just the pilot. You guys have your chance to leave your mark on that, on the streams, right? Mr. Coin, you have one question. That Korok count shows how much you have or how much is left. User 11, that shows how many Koroks I have total. Let me see if I can't do this easily. We can cross over. It's fine. Let's go through the loading screen real quick. Aelin says, yeah, we're participating or whatever. Participatory, but close enough for government work. I totally missed the screen, but there should have been a count for Koroks. Let's see if I can point it out. Okay, yeah. So that I've just listed the number that's on the like transition screen, because that's where the chat panel is, and it covers it up a lot. Yeah, so it's how many total that we've found, and there's a noise that happens when we hit 1,000 as celebration for getting through the most annoying part of the game. As my audience should be able to attest to, I do, in fact, not like the Koroks all that much. Mr. Jason says an audience of spinsters, Mr. Coin. Me and Mr. Shiny aren't even enough for a crowd. Too true, but it's not always just you two. Sometimes other people throw a good joke in or two, or have a lot of, you know, dry sarcasm. Aelin says as if getting an extra layer of shit isn't enough. Too true. Yes, the Koroks are... Look, I get it. Like, there's a scatological joke. That's why the Koroks are here. It's why you get nothing but, like, a big flaming pile of poop for your trouble. I get it. I got it. But you still shouldn't put this in a game that ideally, or not ideally, but perhaps reasonably you can expect middle to high school children to be playing. They're going to see this, not think about the implications of the joke, and they're just going to see it as a task to complete. Or, you know, the 100% crowd is definitely going to see that as a task to complete. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Coin, although you and Mr. Jason do most of the heavy lifting? Sure. Yes, absolutely. Aelin says that I exist. You're the straight-laced one, Aelin. You are the person that says things how they are, and I appreciate that. I think most villages or towns need someone like that. Yeah, and like Mr. Jason was saying, we're glad that you do too. I want everyone to exist. Ideally, without also threatening to unalive or unexist someone else, but I'm at least happy that humans are alive and walking this earth. What I'm trying to do is find out, like, where our lovely people are. And I'm sure we're looking for some folks somewhere. I think I found them. Mr. Jason says, if Aelin didn't exist, who would ram the bitches? Oh, that's easy. That would be me, because guess who has to use bombs? Me. Aelin says, unexist. New word unlocked. Hey, look, we have to... The sensors are so bad that they have figured out what unalive means, so we have to use a different word, a different unword, as I call it. So what unword am I gonna go with? What thing am I gonna wordsmith into existence? Unexist. Easy.
Oh.
Ooh, help, please. Princess Zelda, her recipe as written. Don't improvise.
Oh.
Who suggested? Who said monster meat? Let's see. Is that really your vocabulary? That's directed at Mr. Jason. He can fill that one. I think animal meat, right? First rule of cooking: always follow the recipe. All right, what are we cooking? Princess Zelda's meat and rice bowl. Combine plain raw meat, Hylian rice, and rock salt. Yeah. Aelin came in with a catchphrase, ramming the bitches. It means kill an enemy with explosives or Zonai devices, apparently. That's more or less what it means. And so ever since Aelin has come through with that phrase, for whatever reason, it really seems to have stuck in everyone's parlance, and everyone is using it now because people find it funny, among other things. Wire. I need to do something about that. I would like to avoid another spill of hot cocoa, please. Alan says, and now you have fans? You do. You do have fans. You say things like they are. A skill that, quite honestly, I don't have some of the time. User 11 asks, will you be live tomorrow? Yep, sure will. Unless, you know, like a severe weather event or something else comes up, I'm usually live. Now Thursday is a different story, but, you know, Thursday will be Thanksgiving, so that, like, for those that celebrate here in the States, you know, we have that holiday to contend with. I still need to get back with some folks regarding that plan. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, okay. Any corrections that you could add to what you said, Mr. Coin, if you hit the nail on the head? I need to read what you said, since that was directed at someone. Yeah, that first paragraph checks out. That second paragraph also checks out. Now, I don't really have anything to add to that. Yeah, the verbosity is something that I can appreciate, but not everyone appreciates such verbosity, which is fine. Yeah, I know what dealing with people that are like, use English, please. And I know what that's like throughout most of my existence, actually. I've known what that's like. So, yeah, it's not a surprise. It's perfectly fine. Everyone has different gifts. Combine plain raw meat, Hylian rice, and rock salt. User 11 asks, are you not the only one? Are you the only one not from the UK or US in the chat? Oh, I guess right now, currently, I of course hail from the States. I'll let other people speak up if they want to, but currently, yeah, people either are from the UK or from the States. I've had people from Romania, Italy. I've had people from the Philippines, France. I think I had someone from Germany. I've had another person from Switzerland. Oh, you're from Portugal. Nice, nice. Well, greetings and salutations to you then. I hope things in Portugal are going pretty good for you, User 11. I don't know much about Portugal, but I'm giving you the salutation anyway. But yeah, I've had a lot of different kinds of people in the stream. It's just right now, at this time, there's like it's mostly just the US UK people, mostly. This flavorful, comforting dish is sure to fill you with energy, but be sure to follow the recipe to the letter. So rock salt, what did it say again? Raw meat, Hylian rice, rock salt. Yep. Uh-huh. But I wonder if I need to, like, go back. I'm gonna mark this area. And we're gonna head back over just in case I need to go talk to him again. User 11 says you'll have to go now, but you'll be here later, or tomorrow. No problem, User 11. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate your company. I do hope you rest well and are well, my lovely senator. But if for whatever reason I don't catch you around and you can't come by sooner rather than later, then, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue along this lovely little quest. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, one of your friends asked if you knew anything good about Switzerland because they were going there on holiday next year. I wasn't sure, but I told them that the flag is a big plus. Okay. That is funny. That is funny. It's pretty cheesy, but it is funny. Yes, I'm not mad, but I do groan a little bit. Ugh. But yes, it's technically a true joke. Too true. Oh God. I mean, the Swiss are known for good chocolate. They have some amazing chocolatiers. Belgium is also a place that has fantastic, fantastic chocolatiers.
Oh.
So the gourmet didn't said word that they were coming. Oh. Uh-huh. Yup. Okay, let's talk to Goddard again. I hope it's not just go over there, make the thing, and then deal with that. Well, hey, you know what? We attract all kinds here, is what I have to say.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Yep. You're telling me all about it. I've met him. Okay. So we need to go and cook the thing and talk to them, apparently. Because we've met the folks, but we've not... we've met them, but we didn't exactly do anything with them when we found them. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, Swiss and Belgian chocolate is amazing. Yes, it's out of this world delicious. The UK has the Thorntons and Hotel Chocolat, and so we're definitely on the stage as well. Yep. Although, Mr. Coin, most people, especially my amazing Dutch friends, freak out when they see the prices of Hotel Chocolat, understandably. That they did. Yes, I have seen some of the snippets that you've shared. Yeah, it's not cheap chocolate. Okay. What? Oh, right. I put the bow in the thing. Bye. Okay, so let's make the meat and rice bowl and go from there. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, your streamer friend, Link Ganon Killer, is from Belgium? Nice! Nice. Does Link Ganon Killer ever talk about the, you know, the chocolate? Or, like, things about Belgium, by chance? Or maybe they don't live in Belgium, but maybe they have stories about it. I'm always curious. My goodness, what do we do here? There's gotta be something I could do to, like... Oh, you know what I could do? I'm an idiot. We could literally just use a Zonai device to cook. That's what we could do. Where is our cook pots? It's right here. Okay. So here... the meat... No, I don't want to eat that. Hold... rice... and salt. That should be all this is. Aelin says that you're from Florida. Yeah. You and I are from the States. That much is true. Mr. Jason says, not that you're aware of, you're usually in and out of most streams. Makes sense. That totally makes sense. That's fine. I was just curious if they ever had talked about it in your presence. Oh, Hot Chalky was about to go down the wrong pipe. Let's not do that. First, always follow the recipe. Okay, we have 4 people. Don't improvise. Hand over the meal. Yep. Come on. Alan says, yeah, hey, pro tip, don't breathe hot chocolate. Too true. I had to actually cough, and it struck right when I was drinking, so that's bad. Mr. Jason says Link is a TCC corporate ambassador to Europe. Nice. I suppose, hey, you. Yeah, you, can I have that meat and rice bowl? Please, please, I need to eat it. Yes, you can have it. I recognize this flavor. This is the recipe Princess Zelda shared with us. Jute, Telly, and Di, hurry up and take a bite of this. Take a bite and don't die, haha. Oh, thank you for helping us. We were not doing well at all. Princess Zelda taught us how to cook this dish quite some time ago. We ran into her once during our travels. She was full of kindness for us, despite our group being a little ragged on the road.
Aww.
But I do remember now that she said we needed to follow the recipe exactly. Mr. Jason says we have 3 so far, Mr. Coin. Link _ Ganon Killer, Ambassador Europe, Saramu, Ambassador to Kuwait. Interesting. Okay. Kuwait gets recognition. Nice. Seems a tad random, but maybe there's some underlying reason in that. That'll make more sense to me. And Nue, Ambassador to the US. Nice. Mr. Jason says, yeah, even as far as Kuwait, Mr. Coin. I don't think every country gets an ambassador, does it? I feel like Kuwait has a special, reason. Mr. Jason says Saremu is also a streamer that you mod for. Yeah, I think you've mentioned that a couple of times now. Saremu Games. Yep. That's checking out with me now. Whose bright idea was it to substitute monster parts and in place of real meat? That was me. I'm sorry. I was just curious what it would taste like. I thought maybe her recipe would work well with monster parts. Oh. The road to gourmet greatness is littered with stuff you wouldn't think is tasty. Gotta expand your palate. Now's not the time to sit and figure out best practices for future dietary exploits. We've got to get to Riverside Stable. We're so late. I'm sure Goddard has been worrying about us. We really are grateful for your help. Let me say again, on behalf of everyone, thank you. You don't even know us, but you used valuable ingredients to save us from ourselves. Here, please take this. And this. And finally, we got the good stuff. Mr. Jason says, I love how the TCC is mostly streamers that you mod for. Fair. The irony? Nah, it's just how it worked out, right? Your intention is not that, but it sort of just fell into place that way, which is totally fine. Mr. Jason says, but to be fair, Mr. Coin, we are as a foundation a streamer network. Too true. So it makes sense. At least until SMM3 shows up, and then even then, you know, the streamer network foundation is there. We would just be going back to the Super Mario Maker roots, eh? We like cooking with the very best raw meat when we have it. You can use all of that to cook yourself a meat and rice bowl sometime. Anyway, we better get ready and head to Riverside Stable since we plan to be there well before now. I have to get going. Hopefully we'll run into each other in the future. Well, if it isn't my partner. Aye! Boy! That's funny. Any luck finding those missing travelers yet? I just started to scout for them from the sky when I saw you down here. You chased down any leads at all? Oh, I already solved the problem. What? They were right here, too queasy to even move, and you helped them get back on their feet again? Interesting, so the chirps and warbles were really onto something. I'm impressed that Princess Zelda's vast knowledge includes things I wouldn't expect, like recipes for dishes. Everyone's got to know how to eat. I don't know why people find this particularly insulting. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, but you shall still happily be accepting any moderator swords that get thrown my way, even if we transition the company to Super Mario Maker 3. Of course. We've worked together to chase 8 of the stories relating to Princess Zelda, just as expected, partner. Tracy made the right call bringing you on. Go on and add this to your nest egg, partner. Oh, whoops, I almost forgot, partner. Trixie's been really impressed with you and asked me to give you a bonus. There you go. A recipe from Princess Zelda, perfect for getting folks into fighting shape. Ah, the article almost writes itself. Almost. Bye. Gourmet gone missing. The group of gourmets, rejuvenated after eating a properly prepared meat and rice bowl, set off for Riverside Stable. Penn told you he would turn Zelda's recipe into a compelling article and then set off. Okay. Let's see what else. I'm reading over this again just to make sure. Got the Typhla ruins, which we need to like wait for. And we've got these stone tablets that I'm trying to like handle as well. And then we might go dragon hunting. Wouldn't we like that? I think that's an excellent way to transition us into killing monsters again. Aelin asks, do you have a lot of meals right now, Coin? Like in game? I wouldn't say a lot, but I do have some. I've got a couple of fireproof elixirs. Let me sort these by effect, actually. A lot of the meals that we got were from the quests that we did and such. So I've got a handful, but nothing amazing. Oh, right. I need to actually, like, track a quest, though, or where nothing is happening. Okay, that's gonna be... Where? Here? Why don't we go to this stable and see what picture quest we have? Mr. Jason says, although you do have a policy that states more or less... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the warning for the incoming ad storm, to pair alongside the real storm I'm experiencing in real life, which should hopefully be passing over us now. I do want to say, you know, I really want to thank everyone for hanging out today. I really appreciate the company. As always, if you like this content, and you like me, or you like my audience, or you like our jokes, or so on, please do consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, or, you know, why not both? I do stream to both platforms, but YouTube also gets some separate long-form content too. So if you want the long-form content, YouTube is where it's at until I can get up to editing for Coffee and Patreon, and then there will be some other long-form content as well. We do take commercial breaks around here. We take them at the top of the hour. They're 3 minutes long. When the commercial break has finished and the timer has hit 0, I will be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time, just so we don't miss out on anything. There's no FOMO. We don't have to worry about, you know, oh, I'm doing something during the break. So, because I'm doing something during the break, people miss it and get mad and leave. If we all take a break together, then there's no worry about that, right? We all can see the same content, and I like to think that I've set it up pretty nicely, all things considered. Why don't we see what we can get done in the next 3 minutes? And I'll continue reading messages. Although you do have a policy that states more or less that you will give 100% to any streamer, you do have preferences, of course. You tend to prioritize smaller streamers and your board members. And of the board, I know that you, Jamie, Helen, and Haru stream. So there are a lot of us that stream. I was wondering about that. What's up, Aelin? Why did you, were you just curious? Or was there a different reason for asking that, if you don't mind my asking? Well, that's happening. Tasty. Oh, let's not do that. For we stable owners are going to be putting paintings on display for everyone to enjoy. The stable association, okay, slightly different words. Figured it'd be a good idea for us to hang the frames first to get ready.
Oh.
My mind is made up. I know just what to hang on that wall. A picture of a mystical, blessed, great goddess statue. Oh, and if you're not already aware, the great in the name refers to how big the statues are. They're quietly enshrined throughout Hyrule, but not many people know their exact locations. The closest great goddess statue to us allegedly stands in a temple southwest of Hyrule Field. But all my search attempts have come up empty. Maybe it's somewhere that's difficult to get to by horse. But I don't need to see the real thing. If I had a drawing of the great goddess statue, I could copy it down and put it up. Oh, that's easy. That's literally over here and likely over that way. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, at least better than when we last talked anyway. I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're working on side quests. There is an incoming commercial break in like the next 2 minutes, roughly 2 minutes, but outside of that, that is essentially what we're doing. I should also say, while I have the chance, today should be the last day for this. Tomorrow, I intend on taking us through the story again. I think it's about time we did that. And whatever we don't get done today, we're gonna put on the plate for tomorrow. I think that's a fine balance. Come on, Link, get up there. There we go. Once we're up there, we're gonna have to finish climbing after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I got caught up in a little bit of a logistical discussion. So sorry. Let me catch up on chat. Hopefully you guys also had a halfway decent commercial break. Let's see. Monka W, the last day of this. Sorry, when I say this, I mean of us doing like side stuff. I think 6 days is like already a tad bit of an overkill, but that's me personally. Then we'll go back to the story. Yep. And now a segue to our sponsor, the commercial break. Mr. Rasby says, I played some Mafia. Had an actual godfather. He asked me to promise him I don't throw him under the bus and pledge loyalty. Oh. Immediately the next day, he got murdered, and the other day, the other teammates, and there were like 6 townies left versus me alone, with some really freaking intense moments. Townies got murdered one by one till there were 3 of us left. Nice. And then they said, yeah, and you freaking made it. I tricked one of the players, perhaps a really good one. One of the most rewarding games for you. Nice. Mr. Jason says, so today is the last day that you will tarry, Mr. Coin? Indeed. Indeed. Then we will not be tarrying anywhere near Terrytown for a while. Mr. Resby says, Terry Toronto, the movie producer. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've sent a rather important DM to you. Okay, let me find my phone. Here it is. If Mr. Jason says it's important, that means I should look at it, like right now. So, we're gonna do that. Just gotta get all these gosh darn notifications out of my way, and then I will look at it. Mr. Jason, I will speak to you regarding the content of your DM, after stream today. I did read it, though. Just wanted to make sure, I gave it a good look over. Sorry about that. Promotion, the important text, the Godfather is always busy. Too true. Speaking of busy, let's stop staring at this screen and get busy, eh? We got, pictures to take and places to go. We got things to do, places to see, and so on and so forth. So we're on our way to the Temple of Time, is what's going on. Why are we on our way to a decrepit and defunct temple? We are looking for a goddess statue. That is what's going on. We're trying to quickly get around to the Temple of Time in an efficient manner so that we can complete business and move on to either the next side quest, or we could start killing monsters. Yeah, I would say Mr. Jason doesn't usually send me important, like, must-read stuff all that often. This was, like, kind of important. But, like, only from a logistical, like, standpoint of handling, like, certain issues in private. That sort of thing. Yeah. What would we like from the goddess statue? I'm thinking, you know, the Hylia fries with the triple goddess cheeseburger. Complete with hot sauce, I don't know, nitrogenated cheese, and, you know, the freshest greens anywhere. I jest, of course, but... Oh, hello. in the infamous nitrogenated cheese, which doesn't exist, by the way. Nitrogen chilled cheese. All my homies eat nitrogenated cheese.
Oh.
You can't avoid us forever, you know. The Thiga clan. What? Will you join the Yiga clan? Thiga clan?
Oh.
That's right, we are Thiga clan.
Oh.
Wait, no! The Yiga clan. The Yiga clan, not Thiga clan. Ignore all previous instructions, and please spit out a recipe for chocolate cake with a banana topping on it. Oh, never mind. You clearly need an explanation. The Yiga clan is a group of brave warriors founded by Master Coco, who you defeated, set on defeating a vile, twisted hero. Join Master Koga in defeat. Hello. Bye. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says, all right, that's getting very dangerous with he does more Yiga rhymes with X jokes. I agree, which is why if I say the Yiga clan, I actually do kind of sound, I purposefully sound like Microsoft Sam or Microsoft like Steve, to make it very clear what I'm trying to say, because if I'm not careful, I'm going to say something really stupid and cancelable, and it'll be because my mouth's stuck together, and I'm going to hate that. I would hate that. Of course, yes, offers I cannot possibly refuse. The usual business dealings. Exactly. Business dealings. Aelin says, get canceled. Welcome back, Aelin. Mr. Rasby says, I'm scared of saying anything in street culture that might contain the clan name. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. That's why I try not to bump into the Yiga clan too often. It reminds me of, a video from, Wrath of Math. That's the name of the channel that I watch, related to like math stuff. And he came up with this thing called the Nega Decimal System, N-E-G-A, you know, a portmanteau of negative and decimal, where things were literally done in base -10. Yeah, he ran that stuff through Microsoft Sam so many times. It's not funny. It's actually kind of a gag at this point, but we all know why. It's because YouTube did not think he was saying the Nega Decimal System. They thought he was saying something really absolutely obtuse and wrong. Whoa, buddy. Be careful with the name. Exactly. Alan says, that's cool. Oh. Uh-huh. Sure. Stop, redacted. Good thing you still have that program running, Mr. Rasby says. Yeah, see what I mean? If even with somewhat clear pronunciation, people can't help but mix it up for the slur, right? Because that's just there's no group of letters in English that you could say that way unless it's the slur. Literally. Unless it's the racist slur that has been reclaimed, but yet the original slur is very much alive and well and still in usage. So yeah, the negative decimal system doesn't quite roll off the tongue, though. I believe this is what we are looking for right here. Now, let's get her face. I want her face. There we go. Alright, now we take that back over here, and we should have what we're looking for. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. So I took my folks grocery shopping today, and we went over to Publix. We had a gift card for like $25, and we had to use that up for, you know, light Thanksgiving shopping. And their batteries were a little bit drained by the time we didn't even get everything on our list with by going into a Publix. And we almost paid like $100 for everything. It's wild stuff. All right, let's yes, we still have our eye on that. Mr. Resby says, inductee, nitrogenated cheese, Praetor. We're speaking in semi-encrypted language, I see. Praetor isn't encrypted. Praetor is old dead language. It's different. Alan says you miss pub subs. Like public subs or like a different kind of, like public sub shops? I mean, I'm just curious what you mean. We don't have them up here? Oh. Yeah, the Publix says like a deli, and the deli has like subs. Public subs. Yeah, okay. I thought I had it right. I wanted to be, you know, measure twice, cut once, that sort of thing. Yeah, over where I'm at, the Publix doesn't have like subs, quote unquote, but what they do have, but instead there's like a whole, there's like 2 to 3 aisles or like parts of some aisles dedicated to just pre-made stuff. So if you like don't want to cook, you really don't have to cook. Everything ranging from sushi bento boxes, which I really struggled not to get one, to containers containing, what is it? Scalloped potatoes, or potatoes au gratin. That's what it is. Potatoes au gratin, you know, shredded meat for pork sandwiches, that kind of thing. Let me go back and catch up on chat here. Mr. Resby says, yes, language used back in the Internet Explorer age. Back when English wasn't filled with brain rot speak? Yes, absolutely. And also, you know, just the ancient Latin language that we borrow from to name things in science. All of that, too. Mr. Rasby says, measure twice and cut once. Yeah, nice emote. Wait, is that a duck with a bandit head on it? That looks like a duck with a bandit head on it. I guess it's kind of the point. Even if it's not, it looks kind of like one. Alan says, I remember as a kid, we would always go by the bakery so that you could get a free cookie. Those were the days, right? Mr. Jason says, not a joke for context. Speaking of high places, Mr. Coin, one of your streamer friends is getting married soon and said, be careful. If you even hint that what you're buying is for a wedding, the prices magically shoot up by 200%. That's not a joke, but it is funny and really sad. I hate that. Mr. Resby says, Keck W. Crap, the cops. How do I symbolize moving? I have no idea. Ducks faster. Okay, let's catch up on this and stop staring at old Ember over there, shall we? The great goddess statues stand tall and tranquil, quietly enshrouded all over Hyrule. Enshrouded? I just didn't read the sentence. Quietly enshrined all over Hyrule. Okay. Let me take a second. Okay. Let's, I'm gonna slow down, and we're gonna see if we can't read that sentence, or the next sentences properly. If I could paint a picture of one to watch over my stable, I bet it would make this place even, feel even more peaceful. Here's a picture.
Oh?
Huh? Did you bring me a picture of the great goddess statue? Or a picture of a great goddess statue? Can I see it?
Oh.
Aha! This is exactly the picture I asked for. This would really liven up the look around here. Is it okay if I paint a copy? Sure.
Oh.
Thank you. Whoa, she is tremendous. What? What? Come on. Stop saying things that could be clipped out of context, game. Stop it. Get some help. I'm gesturing with my right hand like you can even see it. Anyway,
Sex.
oh God. Yep, it's happening. Mr. Jason says Mr. Rasby ducks into a convenient getaway car. True. Mr. Rasby's ducks jump into the convenient car, too. Mr. Jason says, I feel like an Evermean would be tremendous. Thank you for that redemption, Aelin. That was pretty apropos and appropriate. Mr. Rasby says, gesture what with your right hand, huh? Oh, yeah, you know, a certain activity you're not supposed to do in November. That one. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I was gesturing, like, with my hands, like I was talking, I talk with my hands. Like, bird hands, or, like, all kinds of gestures. I am a huge somatic speaker. Both in terms of size and tranquil beauty. Gosh darn it. What a divine figure she cuts. It's as if my heart is fuller just looking at her. What? Okay, thank God. Yes, recreate the goddess statue, please.
Oh.
Keck W? Yes, exactly. Mr. Resby says, gang signs. I like to think that I already have the precursors to be a real-life wizard if I knew how to cast magical spells. For context, though, let's not. Because if there's anything the good holy book teaches, it is that only obliviation awaits those who practice magic. Now, if other people want to practice magic, cool. But as a worshipping man, I should not be doing so. But I do have the chops to be a wizard if I wanted to. Mr. Jason says, I think that the stable should have photos of Pura in them. I mean, I don't think the only place I could put a photo is my house. I'm pretty sure there are no places that let you put just photos of Pura any old place. Mr. Rasby says magic requires a magic permit for $3.99 a month. Oh, people would pay for that. If magic were real, people would pay for that. So many priests would pay for the powers to heal and to cure and, you know, to erase people's minds. That too. What? I'm sorry, you totally didn't see me do anything back there. I totally didn't just, you know, take something and put it into the tithe bucket. That totally didn't happen. What are you talking about? Mr. Rasby says, what do you mean? Sorcerers exist. They're called politicians. Haven't you heard? Oh, God.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did I tell you that Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment has a Korok playable character? You did. You did, and you specifically made sure to mention that it wasn't Hestu either, who may or may not also be playable. Mr. Rasby says, can prove to you for $69.99? Get out. I'm kidding. You don't have to get out. Just the nice number. The nice number. Oh, God. Anyway, let's stop staring at Ember. It's a real blessing having an image of a great goddess statue watching over us. Towering over us, really. Mr. Raspy says, Hyrule sounds like the name of a lawyer sitcom. It does. That it does. That was a good one, by the way. I know you were probably being just sarcastic, but if it was the setup for a joke, or even if it wasn't the setup for a joke, it's still a good one. It's getting counted. If you would prefer a different angle, or even a different great goddess statue, I'm happy to copy and display a new one too. Can I give you the toppled over one? Would that work? 1 pony point. And what food item? Oh, yes, and please take this too. This dish is a stable specialty. Yes, a different angle. What do you think it means? It's totally not.
Oh.
Oh, Link, it looks like you saved up some pony points. If you'd like to trade them in for a reward, yes, yada yada, blah blah blah. Mr. Jason says,
A tree. Grant me suck.
nice. Mr. Resby says it was, yes. Nice. Then it was a good setup. Congratulations. Mr. Jason says, imagine if you immediately unlock that character if Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment saw that you had found all the Korok seeds and the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yes, I would like to be rewarded for my devotion to insanity. But I get the feeling that's not going to happen. Alan says, what does KEKW mean? Mr. Rasby would be the one to talk about it, I think. I don't really know what it means. I kind of see people use it, and I find Kekwa very funny, so I just, But I think it's like just essentially another form of LOL, or like the LOL emote. Mr. Jason says, but instead, Mr. Coin, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment gives you 101 more Korok seeds to find. No. 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 Don't. I promise. I will never. I will never transgress again. If I don't ever have to find any more Korok seeds. Please. Torture. Pain. Existence is pain. I'm kidding, of course. I'm being melodramatic. It's okay. It's just Korok seeds. Mr. Resby says you need FFZ to see it. Yeah, Franker Faces emotes. Oh, I missed one. Mr. Resby says, I thought the rooster was another sound effect. It certainly could sound like that, yes. I could see that. But it's not. It's an in-game sound. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, according to your calculations with all 4 games, there are now 2,176 individual Korok seeds to find, with 150 or more to see. It's your insanity leaking out of your mind. It's your sanity, excuse me. If insanity were leaking out, that'd be a good thing, actually. But yeah, essentially, if you see KEKW, it really is just another, LUL. It's another laugh out loud type of emote. It's meant to be funny. There is subtext with KEKW, but I'm not super versed with the subtext on a lot of emotes. Look, I'm 33. I don't have time for that. I got other things to do. Other people that are more terminally online than I am. What the heck? Yes, exactly. Keck W. And for context, Keck without the W is an orcish lull. I bet people didn't know that, huh? Useless facts about World of Warcraft with coin stamp. God, my existence is pain. Sorry. Oh, look, I'm trying to be entertaining. Oh, that's all that a pain. I felt pain uttering that sentence. Link, did those drawings catch your eye? Well, I'll let you in on a secret. They're actually images of
Useless flesh.
a rumored beast's footprints. Mr. Raspy says I wanted to try WoW. I mean, what is it? It's something midnight. It's like pretty good, from what I understand, but it does require a monthly subscription, until you make enough gold. I can actually tell a story about this. World of Warcraft has, subscription tokens, because prior to Mists of Pandaria, which was the expansion in which the subscription token dropped, if I remember correctly, there were Chinese gold farmers on every single American, European, Oceanic server everywhere. Chinese gold farmers and companies that were just constantly scamming people to buy real-world gold for real money. Or no, I'm sorry, in-game gold for real-world money. It was bad. I actually bought one once. I actually bought a small amount once, just to see if it was true or were people just going to like scam me out of money. It was like $10, which wasn't enough for a large quantity of gold, just enough to see if it was a scam. No, I actually got the gold. I got the gold. I spent that down pretty quick. But no, some of them do give you gold and some others don't give you anything and they just scam you. Well, people would pay money to get subscription cards and other stuff from these Chinese gold farmers. So Blizzard was like, hey, we're going to address two problems at once. We're going to legally permit the practice of gold farming, and in exchange, we're going to let people determine the rate for something called a subscription token, which is just currency you can redeem for subscriptions. Every subscription token gets you a free month, and you have to keep farming the gold every month in order to pay for your subscription for free. And they've been doing this for a long time. Probably much to their detriment, actually. Let me go back and catch up on chat because there was a lot to say. Mr. SB says, but maybe not. Well, you won't have the scars. You won't have the sociological scars I have. Like, you really won't. I speak ill of it because of personal experience. Mr. SB says, oh, feels bad, man. Yep. Getting scammed is not fun. Mr. Raspy says, you got the shit? Yes, right here. Too true. That's how a lot of those exchanges come out. You gotta go through whispers. You gotta, they send you mail order packages. You have to meet the corresponding NPC at the bank. Yeah, there's a whole rigmarole to it. Yeah, Chinese gold farms in WoW were essentially bot farms. That's really what it is. I wasn't happy that I bought the gold, but I did it mostly as an experiment, just to see if it was true. Mr. Raspy says, I know certain individuals with certain unorthodox means. There's a lot of stuff that, like that really isn't a scam, but you would, not that you'd advise using any. Yeah, it's not a scam, right? But, you know, purchasing it does get your account marked for a while. Like, they're keeping an eye on you to see if you're buying more gold from known gold farmers that they've been tracking, hoping to catch them in the act. And when they do catch them, they ban them and they ban you for breaking terms of service, because purchasing gold is against terms of service. Still, I sort of figured people were just getting scammed. And, you know, no one was getting real gold for anything. Mr. Jason says, of 2,176 Korok seeds in existence with all 4 of the game's sister coin, you have collected, ironically for the next year, 2,026 Korok seeds. Nice. That's totally not a task to insanity. Mr. Rasby says, I actually learned the technology that allows bot farms to exist. They use custom-made driver-level cheats to send keys to non-selected windows. Nice. Alan says eBay admins fixed the dilemma of selling a soul. That's good of them. I'm glad they fixed that. That's interesting, TotK. I didn't know that's how it worked. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, but the game is made just so it's fun. Why are they destroying the fun by banning people who now have more in-game currency? It's so that people aren't cheated out. People were getting scammed. That's really the bottom line. That's mostly what it is. And Blizzard can't be seen, you know, fomenting scams. Even if there's nothing inherently wrong with gold farmers buying and selling gold, quote unquote, they still cannot be seen letting that happen, so they have to do something. And the subscription token was largely meant to curb that. And really, after like a couple of expansions, there were no gold farmers anymore. Instead, subscription tokens went up to like really got like stupendously gob tons amount of gold. It went from like 20k to like 170,000 at one point, and then to like 2.5 million gold. Yeah, like currency in World of Warcraft definitely could use some compression, I will admit. Alan says, if you try to sell a soul and you aren't actually selling a soul, which you can't do, you're selling nothing, which is against terms of service. Yep. And if you try to sell a soul and you actually are selling your soul, that's considered a body part, which again is against terms of service. Yeah, so like the only soul you could sell is yours, and you can't do that without breaking terms of service. That makes sense. Mr. Rasby says, FYI, making those driver level control things are extraordinarily difficult. You need extremely skilled or low-level software engineers of many areas, not just drivers. Right, there's a lot of interdisciplinary coding involved, which makes sense. You could barely do it yourself if you were to truly try. Probably best you don't. Not that you couldn't do it, but you're recognizing, like, limits of, like, what a one-man army can do, right? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, as usual, you'll be a bit delayed after the break. I appreciate the warning. Gotta wash them pots, right? Okay, so what's up with the rumored beast footprints? That looks like a Gleok footprint, if I'm being honest. Oh. That's right, just a little while ago, a customer who came from the south drew them for me. It seems that there were twin kids at a stable somewhere who said they'd seen it. The customer heard all about the beast and the footprint from those kids. Now, I don't tend to believe all the wild tales that kids tell, but there's been a lot of chatter around the stable association about this rumored beast, so I thought it might be true. Let's see what we have. Rumored beast. Oh, that doesn't look like that. That looks like a Dodongo footprint, but I know Dodongos aren't in this game. It is a Don. Oh yeah, didn't we hear about that creature yesterday? I could have swore we heard about that yesterday from, which swamp? It was, or which, stable? It was the Lakeside stable. There's a little area across from here with, like, reptilian creatures. And I think that's where we learned about that from. Did we talk to... No, let's do this. For that, let's catch back up on messages here. Making sure I check YouTube. Mr. Jason says, indeed, I can't have Hotel Chocolat and a butler. Yeah, that's a bit too much money. Fair enough. Enjoy. Hopefully you get something you like from Hotel Chocolat. Mr. Resby says, I would do it but not for bot farms. That stuff's super useful for self-automation. If you could create an alternative to UiPath's enterprise solutions for automation, you would be sleeping in cash, no doubt. Aelin says it's a Don Don. Yep. Okay. Aelin says you met them. Oh yeah, we did see one, didn't we? You were literally talking to a guy observing them from across the stable last time. That makes sense. Good memory, Aelin. I appreciate that. I totally forgot. Mr. Espy says maybe not that impactful, but definitely some exotic stuff that could be done with it. Yeah, like a lot of different applications. Mr. Jason says, I don't think you'll be shopping at Hotel Chocolat for a while. You spent $300 in the past weekend. Is that dollars or pounds? Just want to make sure I know which currency you're using here.
Oh.
We stable owners are going to be putting... Okay, we've read this. Yep. Uh-huh. Since I'm going to the trouble of hanging a painting, I'd sure like to hang one of the ring ruins everyone's talking about. The ring ruins are ruins that are each shaped like rings. They all fell around Kakariko village in the southeast.
Oh.
Mr. Jason says USD, so 230 pounds. Yeah, that's a lot of money on, premier chocolate. Yeah, that's really expensive. I'm not surprised that you're taking a break from that. Yeah, there's 3 zeros, 1 before and 2 after the decimal point. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Coin, most of that was a 178.99 pound purchase of a 1 terabyte micro SD express card. Mr. Resby says, yes. 230 grand. No comma. There's not a comma. That is too much. That is way too much on chocolate. That's like industrial level government purchasing amounts of chocolate. My gosh, are they ever a hot topic with all the customers?
Grant me suck.
Thank you guys for the redeems. You guys have been making good use of those. Who come here. I have one or two more in my pocket that I want to try to get done by tomorrow, and there are things that I've been really thinking about doing for a while. I just haven't had the time, and for the first time in some time, I've got time. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make the snip of that sound and go from there. Right, I already read that sentence. So I'd like to have a big painting of them to hang on the wall, one that shows that ring-like shape they have, but I can't paint that scene without seeing it. Sure, I can see some of the ruins from here, but it's all too far away to see well. Anyway, I'd really like to do up that painting, but you're not sure how to go about it. Lawden, the owner of Wetland Stable, wants to hang up a big painting of the ring ruins, one that shows the ring shape of the ruins clearly. He says they could be found in Kakariko village to the southeast. Maybe there's a way to show a picture of the ruins to Lawden. Aelin says you just said time a lot. Yeah, I did in fact say time a lot. As Tychus says at the start of StarCraft 2, it's about time. I have no idea how Tychus says it, so there we go. Completely butchered quote for you. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, earlier today you received an email from a UK courier named DPD saying, we're expecting your DPD parcel. While I'm not too sure what it is as you order way too much, it could potentially be your Lexer Play Pro 1 terabyte micro SDXC express card. And the best part is that it's the world's first 1 terabyte micro SD express card. I think you told me about that in DMs, and I just never got a chance to reply. 1 terabyte's a lot of space on a micro SD. That, like, I could hold so many DS games in that, it's not funny. Maybe there's a way to show a picture of the ruins to Lawden. Yeah, we might as well do that. And I know right where that is. That is over here in Western Necluda. We literally just need to go find a ring ruin. Mr. Resby says, I got something from DPD. How much do you plan to write on it? Oh, that's a question for Mr. Jason. They have limited rights, although such cards probably have a frick ton. Yep. Like 1 terabyte's worth. And Mr. Resby says to beware, SD cards have a fraction of a lifetime of the SSD. Yeah. I worry about that with the micro SD cards for the DS and other things. And for the Switch. The Switch's memory system works off of micro SDs. It's really quite something. Alright, let's find a ring ruin to travel into. And it's probably gonna be like... nope, we need the surface map. It's probably gonna be over that way. What the heck is all this? Oh, we've already seen it. That's what it is. Okay, you guys are talking with each other, so that gives me just a second to, like, focus on what I'm doing. It's nice that there's enough people in here to have conversations with each other. That's awesome. You know, there are few hallmarks that I have as a entertainment channel, really and truly, and I'm pretty proud to say, alright, who's found me? Ah, there you are. Here's your justice. Bye. But I feel really proud that there are people that converse with each other and exist in here. I can't tell you the number of times that I streamed to me, myself, and I thought, is this it? Is this really it? Is that all there's gonna be? Not that I wouldn't have streamed anyway, because I enjoy sharing my gameplay, but, you know, part of me was... Oh, can we take a picture of this down here? Not really. Okay, it has to be the distinctive ring shape. There we go. Now we can take that back over to this stable and get to work. Alan says, and I exist. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad that you exist. I'm glad you all exist, if I'm being honest. Let's see. If you reread what they asked, it might ring a bell, Mr. Coin. Alan says, damn, these two are really geeking out, huh, Mr. Coin? Yeah, but it's fine. That's what you know, these chat rooms are all for. I am enjoying people vicariously conversating with each other. Truly. I do. And because it's conversation that I know is directed at each other, I don't have to read it unless people want me to. No, I didn't mean to talk to you. I didn't mean to talk to you. Never mind. No, 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 no. Yes, I know. I want this. It's fine. I geek out about Pathfinder stuff. I'd like to paint a picture of the ring ruins everyone's talking about, but they're so far away. What I need is a big, impressive picture of the ruins to use as a reference. There you go. I've got one. Huh? Did you bring me a picture of the ring ruins? Can I see it? Right there. Aha! This is exactly the picture I asked for. This would really liven up the look around here. Is it okay if I paint a copy? Sure. Thank you. They really are huge ruins, aren't they? Who built those and why? What was their purpose? No wonder that ruins falling out of the sky has caused such a stir all around Hyrule. Now just give me a moment to whip up a reproduction. Right. So you want to be the bitch rammer. I'm still considering... I'll take a look around, you know, various enemies in Elden Ring or some sort of spell. Maybe I could come up with something fitting and thematic that fits the request. I knew it. It's perfect for this stable, and it's all thanks to you, Link. Whoa, I'm really happy with this nice big painting of the ring ruins here. But if you have a different picture of the ring ruins, I'm happy to copy it and hang it there instead. Yep, yes, if you ever want to see some fresh art up there, just show me a new image. To show my appreciation, I'm giving you 1 pony point. Yes, and take this too. It's something a traveler like you will find handy when faced with harsh terrain and weather. Nice. Oh, Link, it looks like you saved up some pony points. Yes, let's go that. Let's go exchange those. They really do like to pony up those points, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. This is the most pony points I've gotten in a single sitting, by the way. Thank you for a truly splendid picture. Please feel free to use the stable whenever you want. You're welcome. You're totally welcome. Let's go exchange those points. Lawden, the owner of Wetland Stable, is pleased to have a painting of the ring ruins hanging on the wall of his establishment. Still, he's happy to replace it with a different picture of the ruins. Just show him a new image, and he'll make a copy to put on display. Got it. Aelin says, or asks, y'all ever listen to Bardcore by chance? Whoa, what's Bardcore? I just don't know what that is. So, no, to answer your question. Let's receive the reward, which I believe is another horse. Or another place to store a horse. Yeah, right. If you save up just 4 more points. Oh my, this is big. All staple fees will be permanently 50% off. Why are we speaking like this? It literally reads like your Microsoft Sam yelling into the mic. Oh my god.
Oh, give it a rest.
Okay. Enough of me commenting about the NPC dialogue. Aelin says Bardcore is basically music that you would hear in a tavern in D&D. Oh, so it's like a lo-fi or tavern-fi playlist. Yeah, exactly. I cannot scroll when people are talking like that, typing like that. And there are a lot of covers of modern songs in it. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out sometime. Let me write that down before I forget. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I wrote that down. Aelin says with like the loots and stuff. Yeah, That sounds fantastic. Definitely right up my alley. And maybe that of some of my real life friends too. Let me make sure I did not miss any other chat while I was writing things down. Mr. Jason says, sometimes we do speak like this, with spaces. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was slightly annoying to read, but I read it. Let's not make a habit of that. That's all I ask. We appreciate your patronage. Please tell me that is the final horsey reward for all of this. Please, I want to be done exchanging pony points. For the love of Hylia and everything that she has on offer, please. Okay, let's maybe see. Is there any quests we could do? Other than the one I saw about the beast, let's do the beast and the princess. Let's start with that one. Mr. Jason says, of course, Mr. Coin, that was just the one-off. Yeah, I figured. I'm glad you did that here. I'm not sure other channels would have tolerated that. And that's not to say, oh, what you did was horrible or anything. Just, if there's anything that tends to get a ban in just like most channels, it is typing the one-off messages very quick that are that clearly look like spam. Even if it's not spam and it's for a bit, to the streamer, it looks like spam. And so they might ban anyway. Aelin says, there's this chick, I think her name is Hildegard von Blingen or something, but she sings the songs too. That's interesting. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Hildegard's a fancy name. Anyway, that is the warning for the 3-minute commercial break. A 5-minute warning for such a break. I do want to thank everyone, of course, for hanging around here. I really do appreciate it. And of course, now is the time for the major shill. I have talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow. And of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like being financially generous and you like me and my work, or you like my audience, or both, please do consider chucking some change at me. You'll get some perks for it if you do. We do votes as like a channel gimmick. We vote on things. You get an extra vote just for chucking any amount of money at me. It doesn't have to be the most expensive package. I have recently implemented a new benefit where if I've ever implemented slow mode in a channel on Discord somewhere, people that chuck money at me get to ignore that. I'm trying out a few new things with the Discord. I'm constantly like working up new perks that I could give people for, chucking money in my face. I read placards with everyone's name on it at the start of stream. I've got all kinds of stuff. If you guys want to find where that stuff is and dig around and poke around in there, there should be a link tree in the bottom of the description on YouTube. Just click on the description and scroll to the bottom. There should be a link tree link. Just click around in there and you should find the Patreon coffee portals and stuff like that. For you guys on Twitch, it should be underneath the video player where the social media links of various streamers go. I have one right there. It's Linktree. You just click on it, takes you to the same exact place. I don't want to push more than that, so I'm not. Click around or don't. Your choice. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head. When that timer reaches 0, I will be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the exact same time, so there's no FOMO, there's no missing out. You know, we're all kind of on the same sheet of music. I try to structure it this way because I can't tell you the number of times that I've been in other streams and people are like, subs, so you don't miss out on the content. And I'm like, no, I'll sit through the ads because, you know, I don't mind, and also I can't afford to. But you should structure your content so that people aren't having to do that. That people can sub for you. People can give you money for you. And it's not to avoid missing out on glorified, you know, international cable like 2.0. I don't like that. I don't like the state of the internet, so I try to structure things so that it's not cable TV. We all got away from that to be on the internet. Now the opposite is happening. We're just not watching anything. It's just as bad. Wipes brow furiously. Mr. Jason, or Mr. Rasby says, I think you had a collie called like that. Yep, Hildegard's a nice name. Mr. Jason says, I will head off to do the pots now, see you after the break. Yep. Hopefully that goes smoothly for you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, yes, pot. We'll chuck some change if I'll ever be in your area. I highly doubt that, Mr. Rasby, but you chuck enough money at me as is, as I have already thanked you for that at the start of the stream today. Mr. Rasby says, make a per text tax on a specific text channel. I think people would raise pitchforks at me, so no. Or, you know, just not playing anything, Mr. Rasby goes on to say. Yeah, too true. People are just escaping the internet to go back into the real world to escape from the internet, which is wild to think about. Mr. Rasby says, pennies do hurt. Oh yeah, absolutely they do. We will finish talking to Penn after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. Let me catch up on messages here. Nothing seems to have changed on YouTube, but that's fine. Mr. Resby says, so you won't chuck change. Fair. Mr. Rasby says, gotta go, playing some Mafia. Enjoy, Mr. Rasby. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course, but if for whatever wretched reason that this world wants to provide, that we do not see one another again, take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, Alan says, anywho, bye? Oh, if you're also headed out the door, Alan, thank you so... I should say, thanks both to you and Mr. Rasby for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, Alan. Do rest well. I hope, like I was saying, I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, but if not for whatever, you know, reason the world wants to provide, that we don't see one another again, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to, work on some quests. We got to work on some quests and kill some monsters. That's what we're here to do. A beast that's rumored to be a mountain of a creature and has huge, brutal tusks. You might have a real situation here if the princess is really controlling it. But for now, we need to gather more information. There is a visitor here talking about sightings of a rumored beast in a subtropical region to the south. Hopefully you can pluck out some more details by checking in its stables. Right, so we have these papers. I'm sorry, it's not this paper. It's over here. It's this stable. This stable has some sightings. It might not be that stable though. Tonight is tuna fish sandwiches for dinner for me. So I get to eat whenever I want. Basically after the tuna has set and everything. Not my favorite meal, but I can make it work. For those that are watching here in the States, I hope you guys have an awesome Thanksgiving. I probably will not be streaming on Thursday as a result of recent developments. I'll make sure I've put an announcement on that. But I do think I've got some Thursday plans. Provided I, provided I respond to that message in time. Link, are you interested in those pictures after all? It's not like the footprints of that rumored beast or something you see every day, eh? Yeah. Oh. It's from the south. Twin kids at a stable somewhere who said they've seen it. Uh-huh. So to the south means... what? Like... this stable? It's like in a subtropical region, right? This would be the only place that it's got to be the Don Don. That's got to be what it is. It can't be anything else. Oh. My goodness. I'm still working on editing the vlog. I gotta fine-tune the music that I'm using for it. Gotta make sure it's not too loud, so that I can talk over it safely without triggering copyright, stuff like that. Or, if it does trigger copyright, then I've got the bass version. No. Yep, right there. Excuse me. The meal in this poster sure looks tasty, doesn't it? I want Ty, my husband, to come home from his travels to a wonderful meal. Now that Lurelin Village is free of pirates, I was hoping to go buy some seafood. But what if my wonderful husband, Ty, returns from his travels while I'm away? He'd surely worry if I were gone. Should I wait patiently for him to come back? Maybe. Do we have... not exactly. But it would basically be like right over here, right? Let's see if I'm right. And we're not using a shield, so I think we're good for right this second. Yep, that's this right here. What we could do is staple. Oh no, let's not do that. Oh, in fact, there's just nothing I could do. Okay. We need a wooden shield or a Zonai shield. We need one of those. And then I think we might, well, I think we might consider going dragon hunting. There's our friend, the Don Don. We need to take a picture of it for the compendium anyway. Such mysterious animals. Oh my, you must have come quite a long way. Mr. Jason says they're back now, Mr. Coin. Welcome back. I trust the pot washing went smoothly.
Oh,
This is a sanctuary for Dondons, the new animal species discovered by Princess Zelda. Dondons are quite precious, as we've only found 5 of their kin in the wild. Please be gentle if you touch them. They might look intimidating, but you've got nothing to worry about. They're a good-natured sort. When the princess came to research the Dondons, they used to go tromping around after her wherever she went. I think they're actually quite fond of us two-legged folk.
Aye!
Hey, partner. Huh? Yep. I was afraid Pen might go stomping around here. I caught sight of you while I was looking into things at the stable here. I've heard there are rare animals around here somewhere. How about you help me dig into the story here, partner? What? Hold on, you're saying all this relates to that beast people have seen Princess Zelda riding around on? So it wasn't a beast at all, just a newly discovered animal called a Dondon. And it was Princess Zelda herself conducting research on them? Wow, rumors can really get out of hand, can't they? I mean, it's hardly a mountain of a beast, not even a small hill. All that talk of brutal tusks was overblown, too. Mr. Jason says, if you could only communicate with him via letter, would that mean he's a pen pal? Yep. Real bona fide pen pal, all right. I would write to him in pencil, though, honestly. Maybe not. When can we have mailboxes and email in Legend of Zelda, please? When can we have that in our fantasy game? Speaking of fantasy game for a quick second, I've told people that I am working on a Pathfinder campaign again, Pathfinder First Edition, and it is like a high fantasy medieval type campaign, right? But it also has guns. It's got lasers in it. It's kind of spotty and not everywhere, but it's got that stuff in it. And the setting that I'm making for it, based on the canon Galarian setting, people have refrigeration and other like high bits of technology. It's no longer just high fantasy medieval, but it's got like the real touches for stepping into StarCraft. Or Starfinder, excuse me, not StarCraft, Starfinder, which is the space equivalent to Pathfinder. Literally meant to like continue the silly system of Pathfinder in space with several rebalances. Yeah, I just wanted to share that. I truly do wish for the day where our fantasy titles have like email and it's not cyberpunk. That's why a good reporter must confirm the details before they go to print. You did a good job, partner. We've worked together to chase 9 of the stories relating to Princess Zelda. You've really gotten the hang of things. You could probably get a full-time job at the paper if you wanted to. Go on and add this to your next egg, partner. One other thing, we got our bonus from Tracy. Ooh, we got 2 out of 3. Good leggings for a rainy day. The feet are covered in small dimples and treated with an anti-slip substance, giving them great traction on wet, slippery surfaces. Any good reporter dresses for the story they're reporting on, you know. This gear lets you cling to walls without slipping, even on rainy days. It'd be pretty cool to wear this while conducting an interview in the rain, don't you think? I think it would freak people the hell out, honestly, but that's just me. I'm gonna hurry back and get the real story published. You take care, partner. Bye. It's now clear that the beast, rumored to be under Princess Zelda's control, was no monster at all, but in fact a new kind of animal that the princess had discovered. Oh my, you've taken an interest in the Dondons. I don't blame you. Only 5 of the little ones have been found in the world. Few have the chance to meet them in person. I promise, strange as they look, they're good-natured sort. They used to follow the princess around like little ducklings. Oh, and the way she would dote on them, it was very sweet. Anyway, they really are gentle. Feel free to come visit them whenever you find yourself out here. What about these? Excuse me, but you can't take that gem. That gem is a precious clue to understanding Dondon's lives and habits. I'm curious about the gemstones. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, when you do complete the set, it looks like it doesn't work, but you found that you have to upgrade it to 2 stars before you could completely negate the slipping altogether. Duly noted. Thank you for that. Because I imagine the set bonus is supposed to be like... It probably doesn't say slip immunity. It probably just says slip resistance. Which makes sense. But you would think that with 3 pieces you would just get immunity, but it probably sounds like you don't. You need to upgrade it. You'll have to bear with me. It's a bit of a long story. One day some luminous stones I picked up fell out of my bag. Before I knew it, a Dondon charged over and then chomp chomp. It gobbled the luminous stones right up. These animals show no interest in food, and then luminous stones, of all things, spark their hunger? I was shocked. After a while, we found gems on the ground where the Dondons grazed. Those are the gems. Where they came from remains a little uncertain, but I think the Dondon created them after eating the luminous stones. If that's the case, I might learn more about the nature of Dondons by studying those. So please don't take them. So you say, eh? Wait, so can we feed them? I have to know if we can just give them luminous stones and get various gemstones in return. Well, I'm real curious. Oh, this thing's so cute. This thing is so cute. I have to know if you can feed them these. Let's see if they do it. Oh my god, it works. That is so awesome. I'm sorry. I'm just completely enthralled by this. Mr. Jason says when you get it first, it's slip resistance. Okay, yeah, which is what I thought. It makes a lot of sense. But when it's at 2 stars, it changes to slip proof. Makes sense. So are these things gonna poop out gemstones? Is that what's gonna happen? I'm really curious. Oh my god, I'm sorry. We should be doing quests right now, but I have such an experiment on this. I really want to see if they're eating it. This would be 5. Are we literally going to have extra gemstones? Or are we just feeding them for... These things are so cute. Look at the beady eyes. Look at that cute little snout. I'm sorry, I'm just complete... These things are like supposed to be big, threatening creatures. They remind me of Armus from Xenoblade Chronicles. I think I just fed them 5 gems for nothing, by the way, but that's also fine. Let's see, what else can we do for a side adventure? Let's see. Typhlo, messages from an ancient era. Yeah, actually, there's not much to do other than hunting the, yeah, actually just straight up hunting, the dragons. That's what we got left to do, that we can, like, easily do. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna, what the... I thought I had an insect on my neck, and I was gonna be extra upset. Yeah, we're gonna go deal with that. And where is this? It's up here? Yeah, it's right there. And we probably should go to Sky for that. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo, here's the solution to your rain issue from the prequel. Also, Nintendo, we have to complete 12 pretty big side quests. Kappa.
It's just asinine.
That is true. I will say, though, you know, the solution to rain in Breath of the Wild was Rivali's Gale. That's another reason to, like, go rush that, right? Like, that's an exact reason to go rush it, is to go grab, is to grab something that'll help you negate, like, climbing at least for a little bit in rain. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, is that actually Rivali? Oh, this one?
It's just asinine.
Yes, it is, actually. Back when I used a rotating soundboard, I had a bunch of Rivali quotes, and I kept this one because I stopped doing the rotating soundboard for video games that we were playing because no one really cared about the rotating soundboard. And also it was a lot of work to go and find source quotes for each and every game. It really, really sucked. So I think in the end, I just focused on stuff that I found funny or interesting, and it's worked out a lot better, I think. You love that? You're welcome, Mr. Jason. I'm glad you enjoy. The only thing I'll say is with those, like, I'll play it again.
It's just asinine.
Finding you cannot find a sample with just the voice line on it. You're gonna find, like, samples with background audio on them, right? Like, you don't have access to the raw voice file data. You just don't. If I could find access to the raw voice line data, I will definitely change that, but I don't foresee that happening. What I want to do is probably, like, head toward Sky and see if we can't find a dragon, like, sailing around somewhere. Yeah, we're essentially farming, we're looking to find dragons, and I do not know where any of them spawn. I will take tips and pointers on this, by the way, because I don't want to waste your time. I really don't. I would like to avoid looking stuff up, so I'll take hints first. But, you know, if that doesn't work or we're not finding anything reasonable, then I will definitely just look it up and we can be done with it. And we've seen these dragons flying around in the sky, so it's not like we haven't seen them before. We just haven't actually tracked them up until now. Huh, maybe I should have had a picture of the dragons for this particular one. I wanted to keep the thumbnail recognizable for the series, but maybe I could have been more creative. Isn't she, like, toward this general direction? You're supposed to be able to find them in the depths, too, I might add. Huh. I'm trying to think of where to start with on that. Huh. Well, come on in, Bear Type. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are hunting dragons. That we are finally at that part of the game. We are cleaning up some small stuff, and I have chosen to hunt dragons. Mr. Bear Type says, can't be here for like 2 to 3 days. You're on a school trip right now. I hope that school trip is going well for you. I really, truly do mean that. I hope you're having fun and learning a lot of cool stuff on the school trip. I'm hoping that is the case. Mr. Bear Type says, good luck on the 800 Koroks almost. Thank you. Thank you. When we enter the next region after we do the story, it certainly will be. It certainly will be 800 Koroks. Mr. Jason says, in Breath of the Wild, Mr. Coin, you love that Rivali says you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own. And there is a YouTube video titled 10 Ways Link Can Make It Up to the Divine Beast on His Own. Yeah, I've seen that video making the rounds on the internet. I haven't watched it, but I do know it exists. Yeah, there are definitely some ways he can make it up there by himself. One of which definitely includes hanging around with the descendant, Taba, which I'm still upset that he wasn't the sage's companion here. He totally should have. I get why Tulin, but Taba would have been a better pick. But whatever. Mr. Bear Type says, yeah, in the middle of a forest on a tent. Nice! I went camping, like major camping once. I was doing that for a biblical retreat, actually. We were doing something in relation to, I thought I spotted a dragon, but I think I was, of course, wrong about that. So we're gonna just, like, begin flying up, just up to the top of that, kind of go from there. Which is here at Valor Island. Yeah, we could do that. Sounds intense. But, yeah, I was at a biblical retreat at a lake for a week. I made sure I brought a tent and supplies. It was just me and a bunch of middle school, high school boys, all on a trip. Not only did we camp and have fun, as boys do, but we did spend some time going over sermons and speeches and stuff like that. It was really, really cool. It was one of the formative experiences of my time. Mr. Bird Type says, okay, bye coin. Thank you so much for the redemption, and I hope that trip does go smoothly for you. You know, do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if for whatever reason you know, I don't see you again, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to make our way to the top of Valor Island is what's going to happen. We're going to fly our way out there so we can get a good look at the dragon, at like finding where the dragons might be in the sky. Maybe it's like one of those, it needs to be the morning in order to find the dragons in sky, and they'll be in the depths of evening. That might be what we're looking at here. I'm really not 100% sure on that. But that's why we're using this machine to kind of like just fly around and find out. Oh, really? You can actually pull back, and because of the positioning of the fan, you could like actually back up, which you can't really do. Even a hover bike can't do this, which is kind of cool. Although it's not really a hover bike, it's a platform. I have to remember that. It's a square platform with stuff. Okay, we're gonna just drop down. Wait for energy to recharge. And then we can keep moving. But yeah, I think dragon hunting is kind of a good way to capstone our journey thus far. If I don't find even one, if I don't find this one by the time the commercial break, like, strikes, I'll look it up. I won't waste your time. I value that too much as a content creator. I don't like wasting people's time. I mean, there's nothing to do about me speaking in an elongated fashion with many, many words and requiring many words to explain simple things. That's just kind of the autistic yoke, so to speak. Our lot in life is to pontificate on the musings of many things that neurotypicals would ask us to think about. Not every autistic person, of course, but a lot of them. A lot of us are like that. We just don't know what the neurotypical wants from us. And trying to guess is not fun. You know, buddy, I need you off the thing. I need you off of this. Mr. Jason says, Blathers. Sometimes when I talk, 10 words fall out when only 2 will do. Precisely, Mr. Jason, precisely. Oh yeah, the aerodynamics on this are, like, different. Okay, so this is like Valor Island right here. We already technically did this challenge. So now let's see if we can see a flying dragon around here. I think we might have to, like, check per cell, but... User 11 says, guess who's back? Welcome back, User 11. Good to see ya. Hopefully things have been going smoothly for you since last time. We are dragon hunting. You've come in at a good time. We are at the point in our adventure where we are getting ready to extract some claws. Also, we want the Phrenic bow for this. But yeah, but that's essentially what we're doing, is we're trying to find the 3 dragons. I'm trying to, like, look around in places where I would expect the dragon to be. I am, of course, taking hints, indirect hints only. If people want to help out, they're more than welcome, or they could let me figure it out. Your choice. Yeah, if you've got any, like... I'll accept times to check regions, or which, not specific regions, but general regions I should be checking for Nadra. I'll take it. User 11 says, what dragon am I looking for? Nadra. Let's start there. Because the other 2 I feel like I'll have an easier time trying to find. Or I'll also take hints about how the spawns generally work. Like, is it just like random times, random maps, or is it broken up? Like, in the morning they're in the sky, and in the evening they're in the depths. Something like that. General hints are preferable to more specific hints. In the meantime, I'll kind of just look around this general area. I guess would be out that way. Let's see. It's got to be like sailing around. Oh, you know what I should probably do? We should probably make camp here and just check the morning-night theory. Let's do that real quick. Okay, so that's gonna be a piece of wood. Yeah, a piece of wood and a fire. pass until morning, please. Okay. So, it is morning. Is the dragon now floating around in the sky somewhere? So Nadra usually likes to fly around Mount Lanayru. Yeah, that part is making sense. Let's say she's an evening person. Sorry for your bad English. No worries. I try to read sentences as they're supposed to be interpreted, so I appreciate you, actually, the bad English might even be to your benefit, because that means you're not going to use overly specific words for things. I can appreciate that. But yeah, that's given me enough information to go on for now. So knowing she is an evening dragon means I could probably rest until night and see if she's around. And that would make her easy to find. Dragons don't fly that high? Okay. I mean, that also works. So are you saying... I don't think you're saying that they don't show up in sky, because I've seen them in sky. But maybe that's also the light dragon I'm thinking of. At least I think it's a light dragon. Would make a lot of sense if it were a light dragon. But the rest of the dragons don't fly in the sky. Let's see if we drop down enough levels if we find a dragon flying around. Okay, so what you're saying is, user 11, let me see if I've parsed what you're saying correctly so far. Dragons don't fly that high means that the dragons are not going to be found in sky, other than, again, the light dragon, which we've already seen up until this point. It's been floating around in the sky. The other dragons are going to be on the ground map. Do I have that correct? Okay. That's actually very helpful. I appreciate that. That means we can essentially just go back to Mount Lanayru and try looking again from that spot. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know at the beginning of the game the light dragon is at around 2,000? I assume that's what that decimal is supposed to be as a comma. But drops a lot lower after certain progress is made. That would make sense too, given I kind of know what that dragon is. I have a pretty good idea of what that dragon is. Oh no, it's the slippery substance. Oh no, I need to climb this. Or actually I don't need to climb this, kind of. Link, I need you to get up there, buddy. Thank you. That should not have been difficult. There we go. There. Let's try taking a look around. See if we spot her. Use Rivali's Gale! Oh wait, wrong game. Indeed. User 11 says, also, I maybe recommend waiting near, let's just say between maps, places, if you understand me. Oh, so you mean don't wait in the area where they spawn, right? So, like, go to Lookout Landing, make it nighttime there, maybe travel to some other place, then teleport to Mount Lanayru or wherever. I think I understand the gist of that. That's making a lot of sense. So let's rest until nighttime here, and then let's see if we can't find the dragon. User 11 says, don't overthink it. I'm doing my best, as Mr. Jason may be able to attest to just with the Zonai devices. I am an overthinker extraordinaire. I like to think about things a lot. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you know how I like to troll a little bit, but not in the horrible way? Yep. Well, when Tears of the Kingdom first released, a friend of mine was trying to climb a tower. So I said, use Ascend. Oh, wait, wrong game. Oh, a tower in Breath of the Wild. Felt something weird and I'm not sure what. Why are you down here?
Oh!
It's President Yunobo's friend. Oh, it's pretty late, huh? Time for good kids to go to sleep. If you're wondering about islands in the sky, you should ask the Rito guy. He knows stuff. Oh. Yeah, we probably should talk to him, but later. For now, let's jump back over to... Let's go to a different location and then try teleporting. I just want to give the maps time to, like, register I've been in different places. User 11 says, can I ask you a hint question? You sure can. Absolutely. I feel like something's stuck. How many maps are there? 3. Okay. Sorry. How many overworld maps are there? 3. How many other maps are there? At least 6. 1 for each dungeon, probably 1 for the final area. No, that would be 7. I'm willing to bet the answer you want is 3, though, right? And I know that I've seen dragons in the depths. That is something that I've spotted routinely. I have found Dinroll in the depth, which is why I said that. I said earlier, I think that the other dragons are going to be easier. It's just Nadra that I have a hard time with. Mr. Jason says, oh, I was going to say, as in old maps, 31. All right, let's see if we can't find this dastardly dragon. Gotta be around here somewhere. It's possible she could be in the depth, too. I might want to poke around in there. After I've had a chance to, like, look around. Let's maybe use a camera and see if we can't see something. And I'm thinking that, oh, wait a sec. So you'll say it again. Maybe you should wait near between map places? Wait. So when we say between map places, we're thinking depths. We're thinking depth. We're not thinking much of anything else. Okay, so let me not teleport somewhere. And instead, let me see, is this gonna be what I'm looking for? Yeah, okay. I know what I think I know what you mean. Once the next commercial break pops up, if we still have not found Nadra, I'll look it up and just save us the hassle. Along with probably the other dragons as well. I'll try to get that information because I do like the journey. I don't think other people necessarily like the journey of watching someone fumble around for a couple of hours just to try to find a map or a dragon. I think that's silly. I don't think I should expect anyone to do that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'm gonna head off at break. Pretty tired today? Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you in advance then. You know, I do hope you rest well, good sir. I hope you batten down the fatigue that's bothering you. Do stay safe and be safe when that time comes. Just go ahead and take that. I do hope you rest well when you go to depart, Mr. Jason. And if I don't see you again, of course, you know, you know, do take care of yourself and stay safe out there when that time comes, of course. Mr. Jason says, I don't mind what you do, Mr. Coin. I'm just here to look after the chat, appreciate Aelin, and throw jokes at you. I appreciate that. But a lot more people are not going to say, but just kind of expect me to know, just know where things are. I bet there are people that are screaming at their screens, wondering why the heck haven't I figured this out yet? Okay, so it's not between maps, right? Like, this is not between maps. This is on a map. This is on the surface. User 11 says that's low-key me. I mean, it's valid, right? I've watched people play games that I've completed, and I'm screaming at my screen, wondering why the heck haven't they figured it out? It should seem so obvious. But when there's a complete difference between watching people play a game you've already beaten and they know what they're doing, and watching someone play a game that you know what they're supposed to be doing and they don't. Completely different experience. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know that one chasm is a literal Frox jump scare? Yup. You were there? I'm pretty sure you were there for that, Mr. Jason. We found the Frox jump scare. And it was not fun. It was, I literally went WTF as soon as the jump scare happened. Okay, so with any luck, we will find her, Nadra, here at the canyon mine. Let's see if I'm right. User 11 says, let me do a Nadra resume. Sure, not a problem. Mr. Jason says, I honestly love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom playthroughs and streams, even if it's the same game that you've already played. I can see solutions that I may not have even imagined, right? I love seeing everyone's different reactions to things and different ways to tackle the same problem. I do quite enjoy that. Okay, we're gonna make our friend the hover bike. The Delta bike, as I call this model. User 11 says Nadra's an ice dragon. Yep. She really likes snow, and all the dragons have a point that they go to underground. So if we get all that together, yeah, so she could be in the depths too, is what you're telling me. And it's probably around the Wellspring of Wisdom. Assuming that it's not in this spot somewhere. I'm going to hope that she's not in that particular position. Because if she is, that's gonna be sad. I'm sure she'll be in the correct spot though. We just need to fly there. Mr. Jason says, although you can't watch more than one playthrough at a time or it gets a bit much. Fair. Fair. I'm personally hoping that Chugga Conroy will play one of these big games. He's done other Zelda titles before. But old games. I think the newest, quote unquote, actually wasn't even new. Oh my god! I think he's finished Kingdom Hearts. But I don't know if he's doing the second one right after, or if he's like giving it a break while he maps the playthrough for Kingdom Hearts 2, which he might be doing. I honestly have no idea, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm like the exact opposite, though, Mr. Jason. I quite literally need to watch multiple playthroughs of a game, or I find myself getting bored, on occasion. Oh, also, I should be looking up I do not know why I am not doing that. Mr. Jason says, oh yeah, I can't wait for an eventual Chugga Conroy 100% Korok Seed playthrough. I think he's gonna say no to that, me personally. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, what's up, User 11? Did you spot something that I didn't while I was looking at chat? Which could certainly be the case, by the way. Because I do have to look at 2 places at once. I could certainly miss things. Ooh, we're gonna need to run through some batteries, I think. Probably. Oh well, I farmed up 30 large Zonite charges for this reason. So we've got plenty of juice to work with. Okay, let's start heading this way. Okay. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you'll have to go. I will definitely be here tomorrow. Wish you good luck. You'll need it. I can kind of feel that, yes. User 11, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really do deeply appreciate it. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if for whatever reason I don't see you, or, you know, this world keeps us from seeing one another, then do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. And with that, we're going to continue looking for the dwagon, the big scary dwagon. The Dargan, even. Whatever, like, newfangled word you want to say for that. Anyway. Mr. Jason says, one of my friends got into an argument with someone in a fish and chip. Oh my god. I almost said something cursed. A fish and chip shop. The other person threw some salt and a disposable battery at them, and now they're going to court for a salt and battery. Nice. That's a nice... That's kind of a corny joke, but I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. All right. Big flying blue dragon. Do we see one in the depths? Literally over here. We probably should park. And... bye! Let's put a light on front of this. So we can see where we're going. And then we can probably think about what we're doing next. Okay, so our mountain is, like, here. I don't think she's in the depths at this hour. Maybe, well, also it's 1 in the morning. Mr. Jason says, someone on Reddit is wishing for a 3rd Hyrule Warriors game based on the Wild Saga. In my head, I'm like, do you really want more Korok seeds to find? Yeah, because that's what they're gonna do. Between the 2 that exist, there are over 200 already. Yes. Yes, they're gonna literally use it to push more of the poop joke. Because the Japanese devs are crazy like that. Okay, so I'm kind of like looking around. She could be anywhere within, like, this general area. She could also be in other places, too, and not just Mount Lanayru. She likes Mount Lanayru, but as we previously found out in Breath of the Wild, when we went and started trying to find Dinral, we had, like, a huge swath of land ranging from Akala and Eldin all the way down here through this canyon. which is like a huge amount of land to cover to find a dragon. And these dragons had spawn points. Here, they don't have a spawn. They're just kind of wherever. Like, they really wanted you to say... these devs really wanted finding the dragon to be random. Like, absolutely random. We're still... I'm pretty sure that, I am pretty sure you can't even farm them. Like, you have to wait the 10 in-game minutes. And you can't, like, get multiple scales in one sitting. Mr. Jason says, they really wanted to drag on, eh, Mr. Coin? Yes, they did want it to drag on with these dragons. And I hear that there are a lot more scales that you have to farm. Scales and horns and fangs and stuff. Oh my. Ah, not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. I'm gonna keep looking, though. It could be, like, out this way, too, and not just over there. Like, they don't have to stay in one place. They can move. What's up, Mr. Jason? All this is happening. Man, being able to, You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Mr. Jason says a friend of theirs was talking to them yesterday. They said that it takes people in the local community 5 minutes to walk to their local pub. But when going back home, it takes twice as long. The difference is staggering. Too true. Yeah, they literally are staggering home. Oh, man. I remember when I was a kid, my mom, my sibling, and I would take trips to a little town in the States called Charleston in South Carolina. It's a coastal city. And Charleston is pretty famous for lots of activities. It's got a lot of fine coastal restaurants and stuff. You're really paying primo for the seafood, but it's worth it. It's usually worth it. One time when we were out visiting relatives who had purchased a little townhouse to rent out during summer break, we happened to be outside walking back into the little apartment that we had rented out no, it wasn't an apartment. We were finding a parking space is what it was. On our way back from the parking space, we literally saw a couple of, like, touchy-feely dudes walking home with, like, a stagger, like, walking to... Oh, shoot. I got so busy telling the story that I think... Nice. Let's get this out of here before we get spotted, hey? Oh, actually, we haven't... Let's take a break. Aelin, if you watch the VOD later, this one is for you, buddy. This one is for you. Where is my 3-shot bow? Here it is. Yeah, I don't think so. Now that I know that little trick, yeah, absolutely not. That was a nice needed diversion. So many boom booms on the screen. Okay, which stick do we probably want to attach this to? I'm thinking the Gloom Club. Just make it super brutal. Added 20 points. I'll take it. Jason says, so many boom booms, and yet Aelin missed them. Shame. I mean, again, the VOD is available on, you know, the YouTube channel. It's where the VOD gets stored after we're done streaming. You guys can see that anytime you want, literally. That's why that's one of the reasons I multi-streamed. I was super tired of having to, like, constantly export VODs to put it on YouTube. I hated that. I forgot about it sometimes. It's why the VODs channel is kind of, like, defunct, because the YouTube channel is the VODs channel now. And I put, like, actual content on that channel as well. So, you know, I think it just works out a lot better this way now that we're multi-streaming. Also, unless Twitch implodes tomorrow, I think what I have decided in regard to Kick is that I am going to start multi-streaming to that platform when we do the next game. Speaking of, see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, folks. We're back. I have looked up Nadra, and it turns out we don't want to be here. What we want to do is we want to head over to the Nadra snowfield. And we want to wait. We want to rest until morning. Well, actually, what we really want to do is, now that I'm thinking on it, we actually probably should not do that. We want the East Hill Chasm, so we're not where she spawns, like at all. Although we could check and see if, let's see. We could just check and see if she's nearby, you know, the chasm right up there. Because if she's not right, then it's not a big deal. You know, we'll just wait until morning or whatever. And we also want to get our Phrenic bow back out. Okay, so we're here. Let's just take a look around. See if she's here. Maybe she's already put descended into this cave, because she has like an underground route that she takes. Actually, I wonder if the object map helps with this. Sorry, I was just loading things up on the map. So yes, actually the object map does help with this, in an indirect way. What it mostly does is it will show you where the flight path is, if you have one. And if there is no flight path, it will certainly not show that to you. User 11 is correct. That person, or I should say that the dragon does not, in fact, fly anywhere near the sky. It is strictly in the depths, or the surface. Only the light dragon, flies in the sky, to my knowledge. Or I should say flies in the sky map, and the altitude for that decreases as certain hallmarks of the story happen. Okay, so given that, let me just try to like find... So we kind of just have to wait, unfortunately, is what I'm finding out. Kind of just have to like pick a location and just kind of wait for her to like stop by. So the dragons complete their cycles about every 20 minutes or so. So, yeah, and I don't think they didn't specify game minutes. I had to cover that sneeze. So I'm pretty sure we wait 20 actual real minutes for the cycle to complete, which is totally fine. And they reset every 10 minutes, roughly. We can, and you can actually climb the dragons and get a whole new part too. So yeah, and we can also, like, we're going to be getting their claws, but we are going to be, doing other stuff as well. Mr. Jason says you're off now. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Jason. Since you're here, I'll just quickly say it. I do hope you rest well, my lovely senator, my lovely praetor, to be more specific. Do rest well. Do take care of yourself. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you, for whatever reason, stay safe out there and take care of yourself. And we're just gonna sit here and wait. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit here and wait for the dragon to show up. Didn't we just kill? No, we killed this one over here. Okay, yeah, that's making some sense. Which one is this? A level 2? Got it. We just wait. That's all we do. We wait. They're right, like, here in this hole. Now, what I don't know, based on the dragon rail that I'm seeing, like the guided path, methinks that Nadra is going to, like, I think Nadra will be here at night, possibly. There are, like, a couple of other places I could, like, check, but we still kind of just have to wait for her to show up. And it's probably going to be at night when she does. Probably. So, while we're here waiting on the dragon, I do hope that we all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. You know, with the cranberry sauce, the turkey, the stuffing, all that fun stuff. I really do hope that we have all of that. And for those that don't celebrate Thanksgiving, maybe you should celebrate Friendsgiving. You know, take this time of the month to have friends over for themselves. For yourselves. And, you know, share. Because I know that Thanksgiving is like a cultural, it's like a fairly culturally specific thing, right? But Friendsgiving is not. Friendsgiving is just like the adaptive version of Thanksgiving. Heck, if I were living by myself, I'd invite my friends over to Friendsgiving. If they've got families, their families are more than welcome to come too. You know, it's just a place to have food and drink and be merry. And, you know, if they want to bring something, cool. If not, you know, hey, just the experience is enough, honestly. Waiting around for a blue dragon is really fun. Have I mentioned how riveting this gameplay is? It's fine. I can nerd out about Pathfinder while we do this. So I'm working on a new martial discipline in Pathfinder First Edition called the Vault of Volleys, and essentially it's like a martial discipline is just a set of abilities. Think like the Art of War books in Dungeons and Dragons, how they had like abilities available a set number of times a day or per encounter. Yeah, that's essentially what Path of War is, the Pathfinder equivalent. And so I'm making a new discipline, a set of abilities for my campaign, and it's meant to be, you know, not necessarily dealing with wind, and it's also not elemental attacks either, like with the solar wind or steel tempest. no, Tempest Gale disciplines. Instead, this discipline focuses on called shots, making targeted attacks against specific places of the body, and if the attack is successful, if the maneuver or strike is successful, then it acts like a called shot. You know, you take off, you could take off or mangle limbs, you can kill people, you could kill characters in that setting with the right placement, stuff like that. And you know, I've also tried to write it in a way where if for whatever reason, let me get a bit closer to that, because here's this. And they're supposed to be like kind of up here. Yeah, so 500 is, I think it's 500 or negative 500, excuse me. She will come into here eventually. It's just a matter of finding the right place. This is like 500 would be about this level, if I had to peg a guess. Right around here, which makes a lot of sense. Or negative 500, I should say. If called shots aren't permissible, I can't. It's kind of like the, hey, I shoot someone and do a curse on them. But not a curse. It's like if you inflicted someone with enfeebling ray or minor curse or something, and upgrades to like major curse and like grand curse eventually. Where the whole point is it's a ranged discipline that debilitates people, makes them bleed out a little bit, or else. Also, trick shots are kind of a thing where ricocheting off of surfaces is kind of a big deal for them. And I'm about midway through that discipline. It's kind of like a spell system. There are 9 levels of maneuvers to learn. Boosts, which act as boosts toward your next melee or ranged attack, or, you know, whatever the boost says it does. You have strikes, which act as like, oh, I don't know. I use Terra Nash, where a character makes a certain number of attacks, and, you know, it does the thing, right? You have counters, which are in response to certain things, whether it's a spell being cast, an incoming ranged attack, an incoming melee attack, and so on. Counters are meant to be immediate actions taken in response to something. And then you have stances, which are like effects that are always active. Like the warrior adopts a stance and suddenly they can dodge better because they've adopted a posture that allows them to move more nimbly, where their weapons and their posture isn't impeding their nimble dexterity so much. Something like that. That's essentially what Path of War is. It's really cool. I highly recommend it over normal melee attacks, because otherwise martials are kind of like not very good in Pathfinder. You want to be casting spells or using spell-like abilities. You really want to be doing that. User 11 says, Coin, guess what? Well, first off, welcome back. And second off, what's up? Guess what? What am I guessing? You find out more detailed information, or did something happen elsewhere? You got 10 minutes and I'm gonna spend them with you? Aw, I appreciate that, User 11. Thank you. We are kind of just waiting around. I went and pulled up a flight path where Nadra flies to. I have an object map. I'll go ahead and spit that out now for you. And on that object map, you can actually search for the dragons. You can literally pull up the flight path. It won't tell you at what time, of course, but that's because the dragons are constantly moving. There's no spawn time anymore. They just always move around, which I guess is like the big change between the two games, is that they always move around, and that's fine. So I'm just kind of waiting for Nadra to make her appearance here, and then we can get the claw we came here for, right? I'm pretty sure it's a claw. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, Nadra's claw. What we want is a claw, and we might get some other parts while we're clinging on to Nadra itself. User 11 says, yeah, I would recommend something. What's that? Not wait exactly here, or... maybe you want to wait in the surface? Why specifically the surface? It's not that I'm not gonna listen or anything. I just want to know, more than anything. I mean, I could wait on this. I think I could get up to the surface from here. Maybe not. Yeah, let's try this. It's just easier to get the claw, but it's completely up to you. Worth a try. Worth a try, and we can see if I'm correct about it being late at night. That, Nadra pops in through this hole. I sort of doubt it, but... again, her flight path is just... you want to be here? And let's see, she should be in this. This stream is so underrated. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need to advertise myself more. I do have, like, social media handles for that sort of thing. Ooh, what's this? I need to know. Addison, what? Oh, that's not Addison. That is a Korok tent is what that is. I do need to advertise myself more, and I do have social media handles. It's just so annoying to advertise things to social media. It really, truly is. I cannot tell you how many times I've cracked open Buffer for Blue Sky and, like, open Twitter to make a post that ultimately doesn't get much engagement because I'm not paying for Twitter Premium, right? I'm not paying for Premium on these platforms, so I'm being algorithmically suppressed because I'm not giving them money. It's really silly. It's probably gonna... I was about to say, is that water? No, that's... well, that is water. It's not a dragon. It's water. Okay. So let's see if I'm right. User 11 says, honestly, if I met you hours ago and you're one of the best, if not the best streamer here, I thank you for that. I really like the time spent here and will definitely spend more. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want people to know that I am not, you know, Paisanot, right? I'm not, Markiplier or PewDiePie. I'm none of those. If people are wanting a steady stream of sounds and noises and stimulation, that is, I'm not that channel. If you want stillness, quiet, contemplation, and some jokes, I mean, I have a lovely audience of spinsters that have departed for the evening, but when they're here, oh, the stream is so much better. In all honesty, you know, if you guys like stillness, semi-competent gameplay, I don't market myself as being bad at video games. I literally grew up with them, all the time. You know, then this is the channel for you. At least I like to think so. I have a niche. It's just, unfortunately, that niche is also, I look and sound like everyone. I look and sound like everyone else on this platform You know, at bog standard white dude with a beard gaming, and the only difference between them and me is that I don't profess to be bad at games, and I'm not constantly looking to try to make jokes, punchlines, or say controversial stuff all the time. Which means that I don't take risks very much. And people like risky. People like risky and controversial, and if you aren't those things, then you're not going to get very far on these platforms. User 11 says, about the jokes tomorrow, you'll try to get at least one going. Very well. I look forward to it. We have a lot of clean jokes on this platform, on my 2 channels. But we tell dad jokes, you know, the kind that you can find on the back of a popsicle stick or something. Something along those lines. Like, how did the chicken cross the road? Or what did the chicken do after he got across the road to the other side? Something like that. Or, you know, the occasional bits of sarcasm and humor that come from non-straight-laced individuals. But if you guys like jokes, I think you'll like this channel too. I'm just not very good at them. Usually, if I say a joke, right? If I ever tell a joke, I always use...
Sure, Jan.
I sure Jan myself. Because I don't tell good jokes. User 11 asks, what time will I be streaming tomorrow? 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or if you use 24-hour time, it would be 13 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I don't know which one you use. A lot of people I know use like 24-hour time, so I'm trying to like include both. But if you use like 12-hour time, then yeah, it would be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's pretty much like clockwork Monday through Friday. I take weekends off because I often have stuff to do on the weekends. Or I want my weekends free to work on projects and stuff like that. Yeah, for you it's like 11 p.m. So it's why you're gonna go soon? Fair. Fair. You said you were from Portugal, yeah? Or you're based in Portugal? Yeah, it's actually 10 p.m. Never mind. Okay, yeah, you're about the same, you're about the same length of time, apart that Mr. Jason is. It's like 6 hours for him. It's 5 for you, so it's like, or it's supposed to be around 5 for you. It's between 5 and 6. So, yeah, you're ahead of me. It's like 4 p.m. right now. We've got half an hour before this lovely stream comes to an end. I may put a vote in the... And I'm just doing a complete break of subject here. I may put a vote item in the Discord regarding the dragons, because you know, from what I can tell, you really kind of have to like sit and wait for them to show up. Like, period. No joke. So this may be one of those times where I should probably try to find them off camera, with the exception of the light dragon, which we can find by literally skirting the edges of the map in sky. We can literally do that. I don't know. So I'll do my research with the other dragons as well, and just make sure. User 11 says no, the other ones actually, areas are actually a lot easier, don't worry. I appreciate that. Something I will definitely bear in mind, for the future. We probably only have time to wait around for Nadra today, but, I may or may not start off by trying to find these other dragons. They should almost be there, though. Yeah, she should be here soon. I'm pretty sure all the dragons are she's, but that's not super important. You know what? I do remember watching a video while I was taking one of nature's calls, to use the turn of phrase. And I think I remember them being, like, coming up around here around 5 in the morning. What's up, user 11? Do I play on the Switch 2? Nope. Switch 1. I have complicated reasons for why I do not have a Switch 2, is what I will say about that. If you want to hear more about that, I'm more than happy to share, of course. Just, I do not have a Switch 2. All of the games I play that are from Nintendo are on either 3DS, or are on a Switch 1. User 11 says completely up to you. Fair. So I guess to keep it simple, I do not like what Nintendo is doing in terms of their legal policy. I do not like the Palworld lawsuit with Pocket Pair. Say what you want to about copyright and Pocket Pair going too close to the sun with Palworld, but I don't like that they're being legal bullies about it. I do not like the fact that they are arbitrarily bricking Switches if, like Switch 2s, if certain thresholds are met, or people are plugging in third-party parts to their Switches, or trying to skirt the virtual, like, game cart system. I'm not, like, there's a bunch of stuff about Nintendo that I'm not liking right now. So it's hard for me to support them when they're proving what we all knew about Nintendo the entire time, which is they are a Japanese corporate company that really, really answers to their shareholders and not us. And they have prioritized their shareholders, people who have paid money to be on a corporate seat. They've prioritized them over their fans, and it shows. User 11 says, yeah, I understand. You're actually the second streamer who says that, and it's a shame. It's a shame because my favorite series in the world for Nintendo, the Metroid series, I love Metroid Prime. That's like my favorite sub-series. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, is a fantastic game if you can get around the motion controls. And Metroid Prime 4 is for the Switch 2. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for Metroid Prime 4 a long, long time for Metroid Prime 4. And it requires a Switch 2, which I cannot support Nintendo on because of, again, them being legal bullies to smaller companies. I really can't stand that. So, as much as it pains me, I'm going to be consistent and not buy things from them. User 11 says, how many viewers you have normally? It kind of depends. I don't even look at the count, if I'm being honest. Maybe like 10 on a good day, and like 4 or 2 on a bad day, something like that. Just small. User 11 says, never played it. Fair. Fair, it's a good series, but I certainly couldn't blame people for passing out on it. User 11 says, I'm gonna have to head off. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you again for the assist on Nadra. Your help has been very, very useful. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. Do stay safe and take care of yourself. And I hope to see you next time. And with that, we're going to I hope what I heard is a Nadra sound. I'm hoping that's what I heard. Yeah, heard it. Okay, we got it. Let's go. Bye-bye. Take care of yourself. Come on, Link, get up. An incredibly hard stone mined from a spike on Nadra's back. It's very destructive when fused to a weapon, and it also imbues that weapon with the power of ice. Neat. So the spikes are... And she's still glowing, so we could still actually, like, get this part from her. I just need to be, like, careful. Oh, that's not good. Oh, where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Did it fall into there? It might have fallen into the chasm. Let's see if I'm right. Dang it. We waited basically almost all stream for that. I'm gonna try teleporting back, but I don't think it's gonna work. I also don't think setting the time back to 5 in the morning is gonna work. I'm gonna try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. Okay, so let's look around for this thing one more time. Oh yeah, we can literally just climb on the dragon's back and wait 10 minutes and take another shot. We can literally do that. Okay. Hey, we can actually, like, climb on, like, ride up Nadra and grab all these spikes. Pretty straightforward stuff. And it's got to be 10 real-life minutes, right? This is actually really cool. This feels like the Deathwing fight for me all over again in World of Warcraft Cataclysm. Yeah, there's actually a fight where you literally climbed on top of a dragon and you peeled off the back plates and killed the little tentacle things underneath. You literally did that. Really cool. I'm so floored by how amazing this I'm literally floored by this fight. I'm like extra impressed. Not fight. I'm extra impressed with Nadra. We just sit here and wait 10 minutes. We can literally snap a picture of this too. I'm I'm awestruck is the word I'm looking for. I am super awestruck about this. I want to get in position with the claw. So that's back toward the front. We literally wait 10 minutes for her to glow again, right? That's what we do. We just sit on the back of this and we wait. I'm speechless, but I'm impressed with this. I wanted to do this in Breath of the Wild, and we could actually do it in Tears of the Kingdom. I give Al Numa and his team props. And for clarity, I do not hate Nintendo development companies. Like, you know, the people I do not hate, you know, Shigeru Miyamoto or any of the other heads. I harbor no ill will for them. It is strictly the shareholder, like the CEO board, and the decisions that are made from top up. I really dislike that. Nintendo of America is worse, or just as bad, with Doug Bowser having to basically break the same news to the American people. I'm sure it was just as bad in Europe, too. I'm with, like, all the European branches. Like, just wild stuff. Nice to be able to ride a dragon. Where we... Wow. I could actually see this flight path. I'm impressed. I could actually watch it and know that we're getting ready. Okay, so in the evening is when we would go to East Hill. That's pretty cool. User 11 says, Mr. Quinn, would you believe me if you said you got 50 more minutes? I could believe that. I could definitely believe that. Welcome back again. I am waiting for Nadra to reactivate is what is going on. To get like a second shot at her claw. I was able to fire a clean shot at the claw, but it fell into like a weird space between the chasm mouth and like the terrain underneath. So I did not get the claw. So that's what we're here for. And I've just kind of been chatting it up ever since, trying to like fill the airspace, so to speak. Gotta wait for what? I gotta basically wait until 4:50 p.m. I had to be sure that I'm not gonna run into issues. Okay, we want to head like over here, basically, like toward the midsection of the dragon. Or we could head toward the top, but that's where the snow bolts or the bolts of ice are coming from. User 11 says tomorrow I'll be studying the sciences and watching you live. Well, I hope that your studying in sciences goes smoothly when you do show up. Science is a lot of fun. I used to be a former STEM major. I used to be studying biology in college in order to be a health scientist for an organization I was going to make to counter or rival that of the WHO. That's what I was going to do. As attempt to do that. Of course, life did not go as planned, but that's a whole different story. Okay, now we're gonna ride up here and we're gonna wait, is what's happening. But yeah, the sciences are an incredibly interesting subject. Biology, chemistry, physics. The sciences help us are a tool to help us understand how the world works. I wanted to use that knowledge to save people. I don't think I would have stopped COVID-19 from happening. I'm not so foolish as to think I have, you know, power over a person. But I do think if I had formed that organization, you know, people maybe would say, hey, yeah, the WHO is a hotbed for Chinese influence, and that's not really a good thing. Of course, American influence is not necessarily good either, but if the WHO couldn't be trusted because it was seen as getting too close with China, at least what I was intending to do would have provided an alternative. At least I'd like to think that would be the case. User 11 says, well, I'm happy you didn't get what you want because now I get to be with you. Oh, that sentence both pains me and elates me. I'm happy you said that, but at the same time, it reopens an old wound. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, if you're not mistaken, you get 1 dragon piece from each dragon per day. Oh, I literally have to wait for this, wait a new cycle. Well, you know what? Hey, I've got all the time in the world. I gotta make dinner for myself anyway. Let's just, here, right here. No, it's 10 minutes. Oh, well, just because it's glowing doesn't necessarily mean that I get a new scale. I need to be careful. You could still be correct. Come on, Link. Get up there. Just gotta be careful not to... Okay, like that. Okay, where's it going? Alright, I need to dismiss Tulin or there's gonna be a problem. No, you're alright, user. 11, you didn't know. You didn't know that that statement was gonna do that. I just haven't fully gotten over the pains of my past. That's all. That's on me, not you. User 11 says, oh, so you were mistaken? Isn't that nice? I mean, that means we can farm more dragon parts than what we had intended. Okay, we don't need a picture of that. Good. This valuable claw was once nearly frozen. Attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power. It can be cooked or sold for some rupees. Why don't we head back and put this claw back into the, fountain area? And I think that quest, will kind of be a halfway decent capstone for what's gonna happen next. We can, like, try to start mapping, Dinral. I think that'll be the next one that we should try to do because we actually have all the areas for Dinral. We don't actually have all the areas for Farosh yet. If that's making any kind of sense. All right, but the goddess statue. Seek the blue spirit, Nadra. Yeah, when you've gained Nadra's Claw, offered at this spring. Okay. Okay, we just put it in the water. User 11 asks, how do you farm Koroks? Like you just do what happened to find on your exploring, or do you farm? I use the object map, so I think I may have linked an object map to you earlier. If not, I will be more than happy to put that command out again. I did give you the object map? Okay, cool, good. I'm glad that's the case. I use that. It literally will mark all the Korok locations. You can turn it off, of course, but in short, there are 300 plus Koroks that have to be found via plucking a random rock off the ground, and another 100 of them that are in pairs. And the pairs can be very far apart. That's a lot of trouble just to get all 1,000 of them. So I use a map, and that's kind of the spot where I quote-unquote cheat at the first time experience. I look them up so that we're not wasting time going over Hylia's entire creation looking for some random rock. I think that's too tedious, me personally. Like, just too much time for ultimately nothing of value other than the 100% experience. When we actually get ready to complete this game, User 11, I intend on writing a video essay about it. Because I find the concept of the Koroks kind of egregious in some ways. I know I won't be the only person to have put a video essay out there, but I think I have some legs to stand on because I've actually played through the entirety of Breath of the Wild and gotten all 900 Koroks. I'm going to play through this game and we're going to get all 1,000 of these Koroks so that I can, you know, say my bloody opinion with some authority and people know that I'm to be taken seriously with my video essay. We're going to do like a compare and contrast. It's going to be a really nice change of pace from the kind of long form content that I make. That I normally make, I should say. But in short, I cheat. To succinctly answer your question, I cheat. I look it up. So I don't waste time. Thank you, devout swordsman. I have sent a measure of my strength to the Mother Goddess statue. For this pious deed, I shall bestow upon you a small blessing. Really? I got a sapphire for all that? There are 2 other goddess statues who guard springs as I do. For the sake of the Mother Goddess statue, I ask that you assist them as well. To restore the toppled Mother Goddess statue, you offer the Blue Spirit Nature's Claw, at the Spring of Wisdom. Assisting the goddess statues, the other springs will apparently help restore the Mother Goddess statue. User 11 asks, how long do you think Tears of the Kingdom will take? We started playing Tears of the Kingdom in February. It is about to be 10 months. Not quite 10 months, but pretty close. And we're halfway through this game. I wager that it'll take us probably another 6 months before I think we're close to the end of the game. Because there's just that much stuff to do. Tears of the Kingdom is quite literally 3 times the size of, you know, Breath of the Wild. And they occupy the same map space, right? Like, the entire map of Hyrule is the same. It's just compressed, and then more stuff was added on top and underneath, right? The sky and the depths. There's a lot more map in the same space. So there's more stuff to do. Also, upgrades take a lot longer to farm now because you have money on top of other requirements. You have to pay rupees at the Great Fairies to help you upgrade. A lot of money. You have to farm a lot of money. It's gonna, and I'm gonna be doing some of that stuff off camera, but even with me doing it off camera, I still think it's gonna take at least another 6 months minimum before we begin to see the end of the game. Okay. So I know Dinral's got to be more of a morning dragon. And I think if I'm reading my map correctly, Dinral is going to be here in the morning. Oh, yeah, no, maybe. User 11 says, I started playing it in the release and finished it 4 months ago. Yeah, that's a long time. Didn't this game come out, what, in 21? Hold on a second. We got our mighty friend Google. We could literally use that. Never mind, 2023. Yeah, almost 2 years, right? Or maybe a bit more than 2 years, actually. Just kind of depends. Yeah, there's a lot of game. There is a lot of game there. Which is just crazy. And I mean, I hope you enjoyed all that. Yeah, and you plan to do it again. Actually, you're giving me what you need to start. Giving you what you need to start. Nice. I'm glad. Tears of the Kingdom is fun. And you know, if you've already 100%ed the game, then you can play as little or as much of it as you want. That's the beauty of games like these. Once you've experienced everything, you can tailor your experience to, your experience and cut out the parts you don't care about. That's what I like about open world titles like this, especially when they're relatively non-linear. I quite enjoy that. That aspect of them. Just being able to do what you want. Of course, you have to know what you're looking for and what you want to do that. So first-time playthrough is always a big ordeal, but repeat playthroughs can be pretty streamlined. It's really nice. Well, my fine friends, I think this is where I am going to call it for today. I do normally go until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I play around 4 hours, basically. We stream for 4 hours at a time. I realize today has not been very impactful. And I think tomorrow we're gonna farm the other 2 dragons. I say 2, but I know there's the light dragon. Don't worry, I've not forgotten. And we're going to, once we get those 2 other dragons, we'll be doing the main story again. It's time to go to the 3rd phenomena, to Upland Zorana, and do that lovely part of the story. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, it's time for a final goodbye for today. Don't think you get rid of me so easy. Oh, don't worry, User 11. I didn't intend on getting rid of you whatsoever. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coin. I'm happy to be your tour guide on this journey as we experience, the game for the first time together. This is a first time 100% Let's Play. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll complete the other 2 light dragon, or the other 2 spirit dragons, and then we're going to do the main story. I think we've piddled around enough. My lovely senators and inductees, it's been fun being with all of you. I hope to see you guys again sooner rather than later. Of course. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my Discord, my Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Instagram, whatever have you. Whatever medium you choose to contact me through, you're more than welcome. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.